Before the Dawn by G. Ranger Wormser. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Before the Dawn by G. Ranger Wormser. He had gotten as far as the crossroads. He could not go on. His feet ached, his eyes hurt with the incessant effort of trying to penetrate the obliterating dark. Where the three roads met, he stopped. Above him the black, unlighted skies. Before him mile upon mile of deep, shadow-stained plain. Somewhere beyond the plain, at the foot of the hills, lay Chavel. Jans was waiting for him at Chavel. His orders to meet Jans were urgent, but now he could not go further. Jans would have to wait until morning, when, by the light of day, he could again find the way which he had so completely lost in the night. He sank down at the base of the crucifix. It loomed in a ghostly gray mass against the muddy white of the wind-driven clouds. He pulled his coat collar up about his ears. His eyes were raised to where he thought to see the dimly defined Christ figure, but the pitch-black gloom drenched opaquely over everything. There was something mysterious, something remote about the cross. He imagined peasants kneeling before it in awed reverence, gabbling their prayers. The ignorance of such idolatry, their prayers had not been proof against the enemy's bullets, and still they prayed. Tired as he was, he laughed aloud. "Why do you laugh?" He started to his feet. The voice, quiet and deep, came from directly behind him. He had not conceived the possibility of any human thing lurking so dangerously near. He peered blindly through the obscuring dark. "Who's there?" he questioned, his fingers involuntarily closing tautly about the butt of the revolver at his belt. "You too ask questions, eh?" the voice went on. "I can almost make out the shape of you. Do you see me?" It seemed to him then that by carefully tracing the sound of the voice he could dimly define the outline of a man's form lying close within the murked, smudging shadow of the crucifix. "Yes, I think now I almost see you." His tone was anything but assured. "What are you doing here?" "What is there to do but sleep?" The muttered words were half defiant. "Name of a dog, it was your laughter that woke me. Why did you laugh?" "If I weren't so tired I might explain it to you." He hesitated a second, playing for time. "I was thinking, drawing up a mental picture of the ignorant peasant praying here before your backrest." "My backrest?" The man's voice was sleepily puzzled. "It's this cross, you mean, eh? Well, never mind, my fine fellow, it has comfort, and that's something to be grateful for. Not the sort of splintery comfort I'd choose." He wondered what sort of a man this was. He was used to judging men at sight. He cursed inwardly the unlighted night. "I'm not spending my time out here from choice, I can tell you that. This does for me well enough. I told you, didn't I, that I was asleep until your stupid laughing woke me. Sacré, why do you have to laugh? What's the joke, eh? Perhaps it's my natural humor, even when I'm dead tired." He grinned to himself. He had reached his decision. This sleepy fool sounded safe enough. Besides, the question itself was non-committal. He asked it. "Say, do you know the way to Chavel?" "You're miles from Chavel, my friend. You surely lost all sense of direction." "Right. I don't know where I'm at. It's this damned blackness. Never saw such an infernal night. Started to walk from Chalet Cornell this afternoon. Didn't count on its getting dark so early. Then I lost my way. Been wandering about for hours, probably in a circle, and now I'm half dead. God, I'm all in." "It's almost morning. If you wait for the light, you'll not miss your road again, but I shouldn't counsel you to try to find it till dawn." He wondered if he dared to go to sleep with this man beside him. There were the papers carefully concealed in his right bootleg, the papers Jans was waiting for. The man sounded plain-spoken and courteous enough, considering he had been aroused from supposedly sound slumber. He felt he wasn't a soldier. That is, he couldn't be one of their men. He knew what their men were like. Despite their world reputation, he had heard that they were anything but courteous. But then one never knew, and anyway, hadn't this man spoken to him in irreproachable French? Still, French was the language of the country, and his own gift of languages was rather pronounced. Of course, it tended to make him a bit suspicious. but logically he couldn't lay much stress on it. If only he had gotten beyond their lines before night, everything would have been all right. As it was, he must have been wandering round and round, covering the selfsame ground, and getting no nearer to Chauvel, where Jans was waiting for him and the papers. Taking all into consideration, he decided it best not to let himself sleep. Even if the staying awake was not an easy plan for a man utterly tired, he would have to do it somehow or other. "You're a native of these parts?" he asked, trying to keep any trace of speculation as to what the man really was out of his voice. "Sacré, but I thought you were about to sleep." The tone sounded as if it might be angry. "I assure you it will soon be morning." "Don't feel like sleeping. If you don't want to talk, I can easily be quiet." No, it makes no difference to me. I've had my 40 winks. We'll talk if you want. Not that I was ever one for doing much talking. I'm too little of a fool for that. Still, why don't you lean back here beside me against this beam?" He wriggled backwards and propped his drooping head stiffly against the wood of the cross. "I can't see you at all." He closed his eyes. It wasn't worth the throbbing strain of it to try to penetrate the obliterating, dripping darkness. He couldn't do it. "I'd like to see you." "I'd like to see you, my friend, but what good are wishes, eh? Do you say you live at Chalet Cornell?" On the instant he was alert. "Why do you ask?" "Curiosity, my friend. I know of some good people there by name of Fournier. Perhaps they might be friends of yours." "Don't think I know them." He paused to collect his wits. He had been startled by the man's suave question. He wondered if he was going to try to trap him. He thought he couldn't have done it more neatly himself. This job of stalling when he was almost too tired to think wasn't an easy thing to do. He called upon his imagination. "I'm an artist," he lied smoothly. "Sent over here to paint war scenes. I couldn't miss the chance of a ransacked village. Its picturesque value is tremendous. I've just finished my painting of Chalet Cornell." He waited tentatively. Surely if the man were just some simple, sleepy fool, he'd say something now to give an inkling of what he was. "Oh, weeks ago it was splashed in blood. Soldiers, too, in their way are artists," was all he said. "Then you're not a soldier?" "What made you think I was?" "I don't know what you are," he answered truthfully. And then, quite frankly, he came back with the man's own question. "Did you say you lived in Chalet Cornell?" "No. I asked if you knew people there by name of Fournier." Mighty few folk left there now. The picture of the razed town came before him. Some old men waiting for the lost ones to come back to them, some young children and 3 or 4 sisters of charity. And then this morning I saw a woman. She wasn't much more than a girl. She had a face you couldn't forget. They told me about her at the inn, where I breakfasted. "Tell me," the man suggested grudgingly. "We're comfortable enough. Dawn's a long way off, and I suppose you want to talk." "There isn't much to tell. She left the town, was driven out of it with the others. Unlike them, she came back. God knows what she wanted to do that for. They told me of her goodness and her beauty and her kindness. They dwelt on it a great deal. Don't know as I blame them for harping on all that. And now it seems the spirit of the war has lit upon even her. She's changed. They say she's absolutely no good these days. Steals, lies, has done everything as near as I can make out, excepting commit murder. But you ought to have seen her face. I'll wager that once seen, it would rise to haunt anyone. I don't care who it'd be. It was beautiful, but—" He felt the man look up at the sky and the ghostly gray mass of the crucifix stretching across it. "Strange creatures, these peasant people." The man's words were speculative. "Dumb kind of beasts, these soil tillers. The best of them. Got nothing in their lives but work and religion. Don't know as I blame you for laughing when you look up there. Sacré, but there's nothing real about religion to me." "You're right." He stifled a yawn. "All that sort of thing went out of the world years ago. Thinking people aren't religious nowadays. It doesn't give them enough food for logical thought. It's all too palpably obvious and absurd for an intelligent person to bother with. Rather a strange view for an artist, my friend, is it not?" "What do you mean?" "Thought you fellows traded on the beauty of faith, the talk of priests, and all that sort of thing." "Good Lord, no." His voice was energetic enough now. He was becoming interested. "All this belief in God and man and the innate good and the rest of it is tommy-rot. That's what it is. And the soul within you, and the teachings of Christ. He paused to regain his breath. We'd know those things all right enough if they were real. We'd see them, wouldn't we, if they were real? They'd happen. They couldn't help but happen every day. But they don't. And so they're just talked about. I tell you, if there were such things, we'd know it. Yes, yes. Surely we would see it sometime. I haven't had more than the average university education, he went on, but I've seen men and women, and I know that some of them are bad, and some of them are good, and that's all there is to it. If a man wants to be a liar, he'll lie. What's going to make him tell the truth, I'd like to know? It doesn't sound like artistic idealism, this talk of yours. What do I care for any kind of idealism? There's too much of the poppycock. Too many of those long-haired, long-winded donkeys playing the miniature creator for my taste. Lord, but I'd like to see an army of them in the field. You speak like a soldier, my friend. I'm proud, sir, of being a soldier. In a flash he realized what he had said. Beneath his breath he cursed furiously. Never before had he been guilty of such blatant stupidity. A sudden anger welled within him against this man who had caught him in his lie. Yet the man seemed harmless and indifferent enough. Perhaps he could still get out of it. What in the name of heaven had drawn the truth from him? He glanced up at the crucifix, and his cursing abruptly stopped. He fell to wondering if he had better strike out again in the dark. He couldn't tell who the man was, and he had the papers to guard. Dawn wasn't a long way off. He wondered if he ought to chance it. See here, the man's voice caught in on his train of thought. I know what's going through your head. You didn't want me to know that you were a soldier. I wasn't going to tell you either. But I'm one too. Only I'm not one of them. Not one of that bloodthirsty, blood-drunk canaille. You're not either. I knew the minute I heard you speak. And see here, I pretended at first that I didn't want to talk, but it wasn't true. I was starving for a word with one of my own kind. I told you I was comfortable, didn't I? I told you I was asleep. Well, I lied. I've been writhing here for hours. I'm in agony. My legs shot off. That's what they did to me. I've been lying in this place for a day and a half. A peasant stopped to pray here tonight. He gave me some water, but he was afraid to touch me. A sob vibrated hoarsely in the man's throat. My brother, I want your hand. Without hesitation he put out his hand, his fingers fumbling over the hard earth until at last they found and grasped the man's hand. Is there anything I can do? He asked. No, it's too dark. We must wait for the dawn. Then if you'll help me along the road a bit. His voice trailed off into silence. So they sat there. There's someone coming, he said. He felt the man try to struggle to a sitting position. No use, he moaned. I couldn't see through the dark anyway. Sacre, didn't I try it before, when you came along? Breathlessly they waited. There was nothing pleasant about this meeting people one couldn't see. It was just luck that the man beside him hadn't been one of them. He wondered if the approaching person would stop before the crucifix or would go on. The footsteps came near and near. Louder and louder they grew until the sound of them echoed clatteringly through the silence of the night. Then sudden, deafening stillness. As yet he could make out no form. He wondered what was happening. Slowly he realized that the gloom-merged mass of the crucifix had been seen and that the feet were coming toward it. A long half-minute, and then something soft and cold brushed his cheek. A quick, half-smothered cry. A woman had reached him with her outstretched hands. Her fingers had touched his face. Mon Dieu, she whispered. Then I am not alone. Mon Dieu, who are you? He answered her. I've lost my way. I'm waiting for the dawn. You will not hurt me? Her whimpered words betrayed her fear. You will let me stay to wait the daylight with you? That makes 3 of us, he said, waiting for the morning. No, no, how is it then 3? My brother here, you and I. Mon Dieu, such a darkness, tell me, it is a sign of luck, is it not, to meet with 2 brothers? Well, his tone was apologetic. We're not blood brothers, just... He hesitated. Ah, she breathed softly. Is it, as the curé says, a brotherhood of man? He could not explain to himself why he should so resent her comparing him to her priest. It is a brotherhood of understanding, he said. It is because we are friends. Friends? She questioned. Of course, he stated emphatically, and at the same time he wondered at his own vehemence. Why should he call this man, whom he could not even see, his friend? Surely you do not think that I could sit here in the dark, holding my enemy by the hand? But no, she muttered, as though to herself, no hands are given in this time of war, no hands but the hands of hate. For the first time the man spoke. Hate has made men of us. Sacre, but is there anything greater than hate? Mon Dieu, it is all so cruel, this hate that has crippled our men. Look you two brothers, I would avenge them as you avenge them, but voila, there is so little, so pitifully little that I can do. Will you sit beside me? The man asked gently. I'd move if I could, but they've shot off my leg, and moving isn't easy. The barbarians have caught you too. She sank to her knees beside them. How I loathe them! Ah, how I detest them! They burned my home. They drove me out of Chalet Cornell. They drove me out of Chalet Cornell. My father and my mother and I, we fled by the light of our flaming farmhouses. I thought that bad, but it wasn't the worst. They came when they took me away with them. What I have been through, it is as if I had suffered, and now there is nothing left me to feel but hatred. And I've been back there, thinking my people might come for me. Mais they never came, and so I must go on. I've an aunt in Chavel. There's just a chance. But even if I do find a home, I'll still hate those soldiers. I'd kill them if I could. I pray to Christ that some day I may kill to avenge. Is that what you're here for? I'm here to await the dawn. Madame is religious. The sisters and the curé were my only teachers. And now before the crucifix, Madame prays Christ for the power to kill. No, no, her voice rose shrilly. There is no Christ here on this cross. The canaille pulled him down and dragged him away in the dirt when they passed. There were peasants who begged them to leave the figure, but they left only the cross, and once, 3 days after they had defiled it, I saw a spy crucified there. I helped cut him down. Now it's empty. Sacre, it is like them, the man said. I'd wondered why the cross was bare. I'm not one of your believers, but I can see how it would hurt a good woman like you. A good woman? She questioned vaguely, as if in her innocence all were good. Mon Dieu, I only know that it hurt. He looked up at the crucifix. The sky was slowly, very slowly lightening. It will soon be day, he said. They were silent, and in the stillness they could feel the expectancy of dawn, the terse waiting for the light. The eager, anticipating stare of each was fixed upon the other's face. The black of the sky merged very gradually into a pale, sickly gray. Far to the east quivered a thin streak of yellow light. The 3 drab shadows of them cowered beneath the cross. Mauve and pink and golden light spread slowly over the firmament. No, it can't be, he muttered, his eyes upon the man's face, this man whom he had sat with those long hours before the dawn, whose hand he still held in his. He thought he caught the man's whispered "Sacre." The woman was the first to speak. Voila, she taunted, but it is, oh, so pretty, a French soldier with a leg shot off, and a German officer to nurse him. You too, you who spoke of hate, do you still sit hand in hand? The girl from the Chalet Cornell, he had known he would not forget her face. The dark has made cowards of you, she mocked. Before the morning you clung together, but now it is dawn. Her voice rang out bitterly, brutally clear. Did not one of you ask, is there anything greater than hate? Sacre, what you say is just. The wounded man's eyes were raised to glance at the light quivering firmament. Slowly the eyes caught the sight of something else. Very gradually they took in the unexpected thing. Mechanically the words were jerked out. It was I who asked. A sudden pause, a quick gasp. God forgive me, it was I. The uncanniness of the words shocked him. In spite of himself, his own eyes followed the man's wide stare, followed it from the eastern horizon, over the shimmering sky, followed it until he reached the crucifix. The hand which at the girl's words had half-heartedly sought his pistol shook now as he crossed himself. Was it the smudging shadows, the still unlighted mass of them up there on the arms of the crucifix? Would shadows take on so the semblance of the human body? If there were such things, we'd know it. Fragments of their talk in the night came vividly back to him. If these things were real, sometimes we'd see it. The girl dropped to her knees. Her hands were clenched over her heaving breast. Her gaze riveted itself upon that mass of shadows high up on the cross, that mass of shadows so mysteriously like the dimly defined Christ figure. With a hoarse, racking sob that shook his whole frame, the wounded soldier fell upon his face. Quickly the officer bent over him, his hand on the shaking shoulder, his breath coming and going in short, rasping gasps. Motionless he stood there, moving only to catch hold of the girl's fingers that reached up and clung to his. The faint, cold light of early morning tinged across the gray-white of the sky. Daybreak lighted the three grouped figures huddled so close together beneath the crucifix. Dawn showed clearly the brown wooden cross and the great, half-ripped-out nails that had once held the Christ. End of Before the Dawn by G. Ranger Wormser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Black Fairy by Fenton Johnson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Black Fairy by Fenton Johnson. Little Annabel was lying on the lawn, a volume of Grimm before her. Annabel was 9 years of age, the daughter of a colored lawyer, and the prettiest dark child in the village. She had long played in the fairyland of knowledge, and was far advanced for one of her years. A vivid imagination was her chief endowment, and her story creatures often became real flesh and blood creatures. "I wonder," she said to herself that afternoon, "if there is any such thing as a colored fairy. Surely there must be, but in this book they're all white." Closing the book, her eyes rested upon the landscape that rolled itself out lazily before her. The stalks in the cornfield bent and swayed, their tassels bowing to the breeze, until Annabel could have easily sworn that those were Indian fairies. And beyond lay the woods, dark and mossy and cool, and there many a something mysterious could have sprung into being, for in the recess was a silvery pool, where the children played barefooted. A summer mist, like a thin veil, hung over the scene, and the breeze whispered tales of far-away lands. Hist! Something stirred in the hazel bush near her. Can I describe little Annabel's amazement at finding in the bush a palace, and a tall dark-faced fairy before it? "I am Amunophis, the lily of Ethiopia," said the strange creature, "and I come to the children of the seventh veil." She was black and regal, and her voice was soft and low and gentle like the Niger on a summer evening. Her dress was the wing of the sacred beetle, and whenever the wind stirred, it played the dreamiest of music. Her feet were bound with golden sandals, and on her head was a crown of lotus leaves. "Are you a fairy?" gasped Annabel. "Yes, I am a fairy, just as you wished me to be. I live in the tall grass many, many miles away, where a beautiful river called the Niger sleeps." And stretching herself beside Annabel on the lawn, the fairy began to whisper. "I have lived there for over 5,000 years. In the long ago a city rested there, and from that spot black men and women ruled the world. Great ships, laden with spice and oil and wheat, would come to its port, and would leave with wines and weapons of war and fine linens. Proud and great were the black kings of this land. Their palaces were built of gold, and I was the guardian of the city. But one night, when I was visiting an Indian grove, the barbarians from the north came down, and destroyed our shrines and palaces, and took our people up to Egypt. Oh, it was desolate, and I shed many tears, for I missed the busy hum of the market and the merry voices of the children. But come with me, little Annabel, I will show you all this, the rich past of the Ethiopian. She bade the little girl take hold of her hand and close her eyes, and wish herself into the wood behind the cornfield. Annabel obeyed, and ere they knew it, they were sitting beside the clear water in the pond. You should see the Niger, said the fairy. It is still beautiful, but not as happy as in the old days. The white man's foot has been cooled by its water, and the white man's blossom is choking out the native flower. And she dropped a tear so beautiful, the costliest pearl would seem worthless beside it. Ah, I did not come to weep, she continued, but to show you the past. So in a voice sweet and sad she sang an old African lullaby, and dropped into the water a lotus leaf. A strange mist formed, and when it had disappeared, she bade the little girl to look into the pool. Creeping up, Annabel peered into the glassy surface, and beheld a series of vividly colored pictures. First she saw dark blacksmiths hammering in the primeval forests, and giving fire and iron to all the world. Then she saw the gold of old Ghana and the bronzes of Benin. Then the black Ethiopians poured down upon Egypt, and the lands and cities bowed and flamed. Next she saw a great city with pyramids and stately temples. It was night, and a crimson moon was in the sky. Red wine was flowing freely, and beautiful dusky maidens were dancing in a grove of palms. Old and young were intoxicated with the joy of living, and a sense of superiority could be easily traced in their faces and attitude. Presently red flame hissed everywhere, and the magnificence of remote ages soon crumbled into ash and dust. Persian soldiers ran to and fro, conquering the band of defenders, and severing the women and children. Then came the Mohammedans, and kingdom on kingdom arose, and with the splendor came ever more slavery. The next picture was that of a group of fugitive slaves forming the nucleus of 3 tribes, hurrying back to the wilderness of their fathers. In houses built as protection against the heat, the blacks dwelt, communing with the beauty of water and sky and open air. It was just between twilight and evening, and their minstrels were chanting impromptu hymns to their gods of nature, and as she listened closely, Annabel thought she caught traces of the sorrow songs in the weird, pathetic strains of the African music mongers. From the east, the warriors of the tribe came, bringing prisoners, whom they sold to white strangers from the west. It is the beginning, whispered the fairy, as a large Dutch vessel sailed westward. 20 boys and girls, bound with strong ropes, were given to a miserable existence in the hatchway of the boat. Their captors were strange creatures, pale and yellow-haired, who were destined to sell them as slaves in a country cold and wild, where the palm trees and the coconut never grew, and men spoke a language without music. A light, airy creature, like an ancient goddess, flew before the craft, guiding it in its course. That is I, said the fairy. In that picture, I am bringing your ancestors to America. It was my hope that in the new civilization I could build a race that would be strong enough to redeem their brothers. They have gone through great tribulations and trials, and have mingled with the blood of the fair race, yet though not entirely Ethiopian, they have not lost their identity. Prejudice is a furnace through which molten gold is poured. Heaven be merciful unto all races. There is one more picture, the greatest of all, but farewell, little one, I am going. Going? Cried Annabel. Going? I want to see the last picture. And when will you return, fairy? When the race has been redeemed. When the brotherhood of man has come into the world, and there is no longer a white civilization or a black civilization, but the civilization of all men. I belong to the World Council of the Fairies, And we are all colours and kinds. Why should not men be as charitable unto one another? When that glorious time comes, I shall walk among you and be one of you, performing my deeds of magic and playing with the children of every nation, race, and tribe. Then, Annabel, you shall see the last picture, and the best. Slowly she disappeared like a summer mist, leaving Annabel amazed. End of The Black Fairy by Fenton Johnson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Cleopatra and Caesar by Elbert Hubbard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chad Horner, located in Ballyclare, County Antrim, Northern Ireland. Cleopatra and Caesar. The sole surviving daughter of the great king Ptolemy of Egypt, Cleopatra was 17 years old when her father died. By his will the king made her joint heir to the throne with her brother Ptolemy, several years her junior, and according to the custom not unusual among royalty at that time, it was provided that Ptolemy should become the husband of Cleopatra. She was a woman, her brother a child. She had intellect, ambition, talent. She knew the history of her own country, and that of Assyria, Greece, and Rome, and all the written languages of the world were to her familiar. She had been educated by the philosophers who had brought from Greece the science of Pythagoras and Plato. Her companions had been men, not women, or nurses, or pious, pedantic priests. Through the veins of her young body pulsed and leaped life plus. She abhorred the thought of an alliance with her weak-chinned brother, and the ministers of state who suggested another husband as a compromise were dismissed with a look. They said she was intractable, contemptuous, unreasonable, and was scheming for the sole possession of the throne. She was not to be diverted, even by ardent courtiers who were sent to her, and who lay in wait ready with amorous sighs. She scorned them all. Yet she was a woman still, and in her dreams she saw the coming prince. She was banished from Alexandria, a few friends followed her, and an army was formed to force from the enemy her rights. But other things were happening. A Roman army came leisurely drifting in with the tide and disembarked at Alexandria. The great Caesar himself was in command. A mere holiday, he said. He had intended to join the land forces with Mark Antony and help crush the rebellious Pompey. But Antony had done the trick alone, and only a few days before word had come that Ptolemy was dead. Caesar knew that civil war was on in Alexandria, and being near he sailed slowly in, sending messengers on ahead, warning both sides to lay down their arms. With him was the far-famed invincible 10th Legion that had ravished Gaul. Caesar wanted to rest his men and incidentally reward them. They took possession of the city without a blow. Cleopatra's troops laid down their arms, but Ptolemy's refused. They were simply chased beyond the walls, and their punishment for the time being was deferred. Caesar took possession of the palace of the king, and his soldiers accommodated themselves in the houses, public buildings, and temples as best they could. Cleopatra asked for a personal interview in order to present her cause. Caesar declined to meet her. He understood the trouble. Many such cases he had seen. Claimants for thrones were not new to him. Where two parties quarrelled, both are right or wrong, it merely mattered little. It is absurd to quarrel, still more foolish to fight. Caesar was a man of peace, and to keep the peace he would appoint one of his generals governor, and make Egypt a Roman colony. In the meantime he would rest a week or two with the kind permission of the Alexandrians and write upon his commentaries. No, he would not see either Cleopatra or Ptolemy. Any desired information they would get through his trusted emissaries. In the service of Cleopatra was a Sicilian slave, who had been her personal servant since she was a little girl. This man's name was Apollodorus. He was a man of great stature and imposing mien. 10 years before, his tongue had been torn out, as a token that as he was to attend a queen, he should tell no secrets. Apollodorus had but one thought in life, and that was to defend his gracious queen. He slept at the door of Cleopatra's tent, a naked sword at his side, held in his clenched and brawny hand. And now behold, at dusk of day, the grim and silent Apollodorus, carrying upon his giant shoulders a large and curious rug, rolled up and tied round at each end with ropes. He approaches the palace of the king, and at the guarded gate hands a note to the officer in charge. This note gives information to the effect that a certain patrician, citizen of Alexandria, being glad that the gracious Caesar had deigned to visit Egypt, sends him the richest rug that can be woven, done, in fact, by his wife and daughters, and held against this day, awaiting Rome's greatest son. The officer reads the note and orders a soldier to accept the gift and carry it with him. Presents were constantly arriving. A sign from the dumb giant makes the soldier stand back. The present is for Caesar, and can be delivered only in person. Lead and I will follow, were the words done in stern pantomime. The officer laughs, sends in the note, and the messenger soon returning, signifies that the present is acceptable, and the slave bearing it shall be shown in. Apollodorus shifts his burden to the other shoulder and follows the soldier through the gate, up the marble steps, along the splendid hallway, lighted by flaring torches and lined with reclining Roman soldiers. At the door they pause an instant. There is a whispered word. They enter. The room is furnished as becomes the room that is the private library of the King of Egypt. In one corner, seated at the table, pen in hand, sits a man of middle age, pale, clean-shaven, with hair close cropped. His dress is not that of a soldier, it is the flowing white robe of a Roman priest. Only one servant attends this man, a secretary, seated near, who rises and explains that the present is acceptable and shall be disposed on the floor. The pale man at the table looks up, smiles a tired smile, and murmurs in a perfunctory way his thanks. Apollodorus, having laid his burden on the floor, kneels to untie the ropes. The secretary explains that he need not trouble. Pray bear thanks, and again thanks, to his master. He need not tarry. The dumb man on his knees neither hears nor heeds. The rug is unrolled. From out the roll a woman leaps lightly to her feet, a beautiful young woman of 20. She stands there poised, defiant, gazing at the pale-faced man seated at the table. He is not surprised, he never was. One might have supposed he received all his visitors in this manner. Well, he says, in a quiet way, a half-smile parting his thin lips. The breast of the woman heaves with tumultuous emotion. Just an instant. She speaks, and there is no tremor in her tones. Her voice is low, smooth, and scarcely audible. I am Cleopatra. The man at the desk lays down his pen, leans back, and gently nods his head, as much as to say, indulgently, "Yes, my child, I hear. Go on. I am Cleopatra, Queen of Egypt, and I would speak with thee alone." She pauses, then, raising one jewelled arm, motions to Apollodorus that he shall withdraw. With a similar motion the man at the desk signifies the same to his astonished secretary. Apollodorus went down the long hallway, down the stone steps, and waited at the outer gate amid the throng of soldiers. They questioned him, gibed him, railed at him, but they got no word in reply. He waited an hour, two, and then came a messenger with a note, written on a slip of parchment. The words ran thus: "Well beloved Doris, Vini, Vide, Vici. Go fetch my maids also, all of our personal belongings." End of Cleopatra and Caesar by Elbert Hubbard.
East and West, from Tales of Three Hemispheres by Lord Dunsany. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. East and West by Lord Dunsany. It was dead of night and midwinter. A frightful wind was bringing sleet from the east. The long Surrey grasses were wailing. 2 specks of light appeared on the desolate plain. A man in a hansom cab was driving alone in North China. Alone, with the driver and the dejected horse. The driver wore a good waterproof cape, and, of course, an oiled silk hat. But the man in the cab wore nothing but evening dress. He did not have the glass door down because the horse fell so frequently. The sleet had put his cigar out, and it was too cold to sleep. The 2 lamps flared in the wind. By the uncertain light of a candle lamp that flickered inside the cab, a Manchu shepherd that saw the vehicle pass, where he watched his sheep on the plain in fear of wolves, for the first time saw evening dress. And though he saw it dimly, and what he saw was wet, it was like a backward glance of 1,000 years, for as his civilization is so much older than ours, they have presumably passed through all that kind of thing. He watched it stoically, not wondering at a new thing, if indeed it be new to China, meditated on it a while in a manner strange to us, and when he had added up his philosophy what little could be derived from the sight of this hansom cab, returned to his contemplation of the night's chances of wolves, and to such occasional thoughts as he drew at times for his comfort out of the legends of China that have been preserved for such uses. And on such a night their comfort was greatly needed. He thought of the legend of a dragon lady, more fair than the flowers are, without an equal amongst the daughters of men, humanly lovely to look on although her sire was a dragon, yet one who traced his descent from the gods of the elder days. And so it was that she went in all her ways divine, like the earliest ones of her race, who were holier than the emperor. She had come down one day out of her little land, a grassy valley hidden amongst the mountains. By the way of the mountain passes she came down, and the rocks of the rugged pass rang like little bells about her as her bare feet went by, like silver bells to please her. And the sound was like the sound of the dromedaries of a prince when they come home at evening. Their silver bells are ringing, and the village folk are glad. She had come down to pick the enchanted poppy that grew and grows to this day, if only men might find it, in a field at the feet of the mountains. If one should pick it, happiness would come to all yellow men, victory without fighting, good wages, and ceaseless ease. She came down all fair from the mountains, and as the legend pleasantly passes through his mind in the bitterest hour of night, which comes before dawn, 2 lights appeared, and another hansom cab went by. The man in the second cab was dressed the same as the first. He was wetter than the first, for the sleet had fallen all night, but evening dress is evening dress all the world over. The driver wore the same oiled hat and the same waterproof cape as the other, and when the cab had passed the darkness swirled back where the 2 small lamps had been, and the slush poured into the wheel tracks, and nothing remained but the speculations of the shepherd to tell that a hansom cab had been in that part of China. Presently even these ceased, and he was back with the early legends again, in contemplation of serener things. And the storm and the cold and the darkness made one last effort, and shook the bones of that shepherd, and rattled the teeth in the head that mused on the flower fables, and suddenly it was morning. You saw the outlines of the sheep all of a sudden. The shepherd counted them. No wolf had come. You could see them all quite clearly. And in the pale light of the earliest morning, the 3rd hansom cab appeared, with its light still burning, looking ridiculous in the daylight. They came out of the east with the sleet and were all going due westward, and the occupant of the third cab also wore evening dress. Calmly, that Manchu shepherd, without curiosity, still less with wonder, but as one who would see whatever life has to show him, stood for 4 hours to see if another would come. The sleet and the east wind continued, and at the end of 4 hours another came. The driver was urging it on as fast as he could, as though he were making the most of daylight. His cabby's cape was flapping wildly about him. Inside the cab, a man in evening dress was being jolted up and down by the unevenness of the plain. This was, of course, that famous race from Pittsburgh to Piccadilly, going round by the long way, that started one night after dinner from Mr. Flagdrop's house, and was won by Mr. Cagg, driving the Honorable Alfred Fortescue, whose father, it will be remembered, was Hagar Dimstein, and became, by letters patent, Sir Edgar Fortescue, and finally Lord St. George. The Manchu shepherd stood there till evening, and when he saw that no more cabs would come, turned homeward in search of food. And the rice prepared for him was hot and good, all the more after the bitter coldness of that sleet. And when he had consumed it, he perused his experience, turning over again in his mind every detail of the cabs he had seen. And from that his thoughts slipped calmly to the glorious history of China, going back to the indecorous times before calmness came, and beyond those times to the happy days of the earth, when the gods and dragons were here and China was young. And lighting his opium pipe and casting his thoughts easily forward, he looked to a time when the dragons shall come again. And for a long time while then his mind reposed itself in such a dignified calm that no thought stirred there at all, from which when he was aroused he cast off his lethargy as a man emerges from the baths, refreshed, cleansed, and content, and put away from his musings the things he had seen on the plain as being evil and of a nature of dreams, a futile illusion, the results of activities which troubleth calm. And then he turned his mind toward the shape of God, the One, the Ineffable, who sits by the lotus lily, whose shape is the shape of peace, and went out his thanks to him that he had cast all bad customs westward out of China, as a woman throws household dirt out of her basket, far out into the neighboring gardens. From thankfulness he turned to calm again, and out of calm to sleep. The end of East and West, by Lord Dunsany. The Flat-Dweller, from Knocking the Neighbors, by George Ade. Once there was a tired denizen of the big town, whose home was at the end of a hallway in a rabbit warren known as the Minnehaha. It was not a tenement because he had to pay $30 a month for a compressed suite overlooking 640 acres of gravel roof. Sitting back in his Morris chair with his feet on the tiny radiator, he would read in the Sunday paper all that bunk about down-and-outs of the city hiking back to the soil and making $8,000 a year raising radishes. He saw the pictures of the waving trees, and the growing crops, and the oleaginous natives, and he yearned to get out where he wouldn't hear the trolleys in the morning, and the kids could get milk that came from a cow. So he gave up his job in the box factory and moved to Jasper Township and tackled intensive farming. He had been precinct captain in the 8th Ward, and by applying metropolitan methods at the Yap primaries, he succeeded in breaking into the legislature, and soon owned the farm on which he lived, and 2 others besides. Moral: one can get close to nature even in the country. The end of The Flat-Dweller, by George Ade. Foreign Correspondence by Oliver Wendell Holmes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. Foreign Correspondence by Oliver Wendell Holmes. Do I think that the particular form of lying often seen in newspapers under the title, "From Our Foreign Correspondent," does any harm? Why, no, I don't know that it does. I suppose it doesn't really deceive people any more than the Arabian Nights or Gulliver's Travels do. Sometimes the writers compile too carelessly, though, and mix up facts out of geographies and stories out of the penny papers, so as to mislead those who are desirous of information. I cut a piece out of one of the papers the other day, which contains a number of improbabilities, and, I suspect, misstatements. I will send up and get it for you, if you would like to hear it. Ah, this is it. It is headed, Our Sumatra Correspondent. This island is now the property of the Stamford family, having been won, it is said, in a raffle by Sir Stamford during a stock gambling mania of the South Sea scheme. The history of this gentleman may be found in an interesting series of questions, unfortunately not yet answered, contained in the Notes and Queries. This island is entirely surrounded by the ocean, which here contains a large amount of saline substance, crystallizing in cubes remarkable for their symmetry, and frequently displays on its surface, during calm weather, the rainbow tints of the celebrated South Sea bubbles. The summers are oppressively hot, and the winters very probably cold, but this fact cannot be ascertained precisely, as, for some peculiar reason, the mercury in these latitudes never shrinks, as in the northern regions, and thus the thermometer is rendered useless in winter. The principal vegetable productions of the islands are the pepper tree and the breadfruit tree. Pepper being very abundantly produced, a benevolent society was organized in London during the last century for supplying the natives with vinegar and oysters, as an addition to that delightful condiment. Note received from Dr. D.P. It is said, however, that the oysters were of the kind called natives in England, and the natives of Sumatra, in obedience to a natural instinct, refused to touch them, and confined themselves entirely to the crew of the vessel in which they were brought over. This information was received from one of the oldest inhabitants, a native himself, and exceedingly fond of missionaries. He is said also to be very skillful in the cuisine peculiar to the island. During the season of gathering pepper, the persons employed are subject to various incommodities, the chief of which is violent and long-continued serenation, or sneezing. Such is the vehemence of these attacks that the unfortunate subjects of them are often driven backward for great distances at immense speed, on the well-known principle of the aeolipial. Not being able to see where they are going, these poor creatures dash themselves into pieces against the rocks, or are precipitated over the cliffs, and thus many valuable lives are lost annually. As during the whole pepper harvest they feed exclusively on this stimulant, they become exceedingly irritable. The smallest injury is resented with unforgivable rage. A young man suffering from the pepper fever, as it is called, cudgeled another most severely for appropriating a superannuated relative of trifling value. It was only pacified by having a present made him of a pig of that peculiar species of swine called peccary by the Catholic Jews, who, it is well known, abstain from swine's flesh in imitation of the Mohammedan Buddhists. The breadfruit tree grows abundantly. Its branches are well known to Europe and America under the familiar name of macaroni. The smaller twigs are called vermicelli. They have a decided animal flavor, as may be observed in the soups containing them. Macaroni, being tubular, is the favorite habitat of a very dangerous insect, which is rendered particularly vicious by being boiled. The government of the island, therefore, never allows a stick of it to be exported without being accompanied by a piston with which its cavity may at any time be thoroughly swept out. These are commonly lost or stolen before the macaroni arrives among us. It, therefore, always contains many of these insects, which, however, generally die of old age in the shops, so that accidents from this source are comparatively rare. The fruit of the breadfruit tree consists principally of hot rolls. The buttered muffin variety is supposed to be a hybrid with the coconut palm, the cream found on the milk of the coconut exuding from the hybrid in the shape of butter, just as the ripe fruit is splitting so as to fit it for a tea table, where it is commonly served up with a cold— There, I don't want to read any more of it. You see that many of these statements are highly improbable. No, I shall not mention the paper. The autocrat of the breakfast table. The end of Foreign Correspondence by Oliver Wendell Holmes.
Friend Island by Gertrude Barrows Bennett, writing under the pseudonym Frances Stevens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Friend Island by Gertrude Barrows Bennett, writing under the pseudonym Frances Stevens. It was upon the waterfront that I first met her, in one of the shabby little tea shops frequented by the able sailoresses of the poorer type. The uptown glittering resorts of the Lady Aviators Union were not for such as she. Stern of feature, bronzed by wind and sun, her age could only be guessed, but I surmised at once that in her I beheld a survivor of the age of turbines and oil engines, a true sea-woman of that elder time when woman's superiority to man had not been so long recognized, when, to emphasize their victory, women in all ranks were sterner than today's need demands. The spruce, smiling young maidens, engine women and stokers of the great aluminum rollers, but despite their profession very neat in gold-braided blue knickers and boleros, these looked askance at the hard-faced relic of a harsher day as they passed in and out of the shop. I, however, brazenly ignoring similar glances at myself, a mere male intruding on the haunts of the world's ruling sex, drew a chair up beside the veteran. I ordered a full pot of tea, 2 cups, and a plate of macaroons, and put on my most ingratiating air. Possibly my unconcealed admiration and interest were wiles not exercised in vain, or the macaroons and tea, both excellent, may have loosened the old sea-woman's tongue. At any rate, under cautious questioning, she had soon launched upon a series of reminiscences well beyond my hopes for color and variety. "When I was a lass," quoth the sea-woman after a time, "there was none of the high-flying, gilt-edged, leather-stocking luxury about the sea. We sailed by the power of our oil and gasoline. If they failed on us, like as not, 'twas the rubber ring and the rolling wave for ours." She referred to the archaic practice of placing a pneumatic affair called a life-preserver beneath the arms in case of that dreaded disaster, now so unheard of, shipwreck. "In them days there was still many a man bold enough to join our crews, and I've knowed cases," she added condescendingly, "where just by the muscle and brawn of such a man, some poor sailor lass has reached shore alive that would have fed the sharks without 'em. Oh, I ain't so down on men as you might think. It's the spoiling of them that I don't hold with. There's too much preached nowadays that man is fit for nothing but to fetch and carry and do nurse work in big child homes. To my mind, a man who hasn't the nerve of a woman ain't fitted to father children, let alone raise 'em. But that's not here nor there. My time's past, and I know it, or I wouldn't be sitting here gossiping to you, my lad, over an empty teapot." I took the hint, and with our cups replenished, she bit thoughtfully into the 14th macaroon, and continued. There's one voyage I'm not likely to forget, though I live to be as old as Captain Mary Barnacle of the Shelter. 'Twas aboard the old Shelter that this here voyage occurred, and it was her last, and likewise Captain Mary's. Captain Mary, she was then that decrepit, it seemed a mercy that she should go to her rest, and in good salt water at that. I remember the voyage for Captain Mary's sake, but most I remember it because 'twas then that I come the nighest in my life to committing matrimony. For a man, the man had nerve. He was nearer being companionable than any other man I ever seed, and if it hadn't been for just one little event that showed up the mannishness of him in a way I couldn't abide, I reckon he'd be keeping house for me this minute. We cleared from Frisco with a cargo of silkatine petticoats for Brisbane. Captain Mary was always strong on petticoats. Leather breeches or even half-skirts would have paid far better, they being more in demand like, but Captain Mary was 3/4 owner, and says she land women should buy petticoats, and if they didn't, it wouldn't be the Lord's fault nor hers for not providing them. We cleared on a fine day, which was an all sign, or was, then when the weather and the seas of God still counted in the trafficking of the humankind. Not 2 days out we met a whirling, mucking bouncer of a gale, that well nigh threw the old Shelter a full point off her course in the first wallop. She was a stout craft, though, none of your featherweight gas-lighted, paper-thin alloy shells, but toughened aluminum from stern to stern. Her turbine drove through the combers at a 45-knot clip, which named her a speedy craft for a freighter in them days. But this night, as we tore along through the creaming green billows, something unknown went way wrong down below. I was forward under the shelter of a long-over sloop, looking for a hairpin I'd dropped somewheres about the afternoon. It was a gold hairpin, and gold still being mighty scarce when I was a girl, of course I valued it. But suddenly I felt the old Shelter give a jump under my feet like a plane struck by a shell in full flight. Then she trembled all over for a full second, frightened like. Then with a crash of doomsday ringing in my ears, I felt myself sailing through the air right into the teeth of the shrieking gale, as near as I could judge. Down I come in the hollow of a monstrous big wave. And as my ears doused under, I thought I heard a splash close by. Coming up, sure enough, there close by me was floating a new patent hermetic thermal ice chest. Being as it was empty, and being as it was shut up airtight, that ice chest made as sweet a life-preserver as a woman could wish in such an hour. About 10 foot by 12, it floated high in the raging sea. Out on its top I scrambled, and hanging on by a handle, I looked expectant for some of my poor fellow women to come floating by, which they never did, for the good reason that the Shelter had blowed up and went below, petticoats, Captain Mary and all. What caused the explosion? I inquired. The Lord and Captain Mary Barnacle can explain, she answered piously. Besides the oil for her turbines, she carried a power of gasoline for alternative engines, and likely 'twas the cause of her end so sudden-like. Anyways, all I ever seen of her again was the empty ice chest that Providence had well nigh hove up on my head. On that I sat and floated and sat some more, till by and by the storm sort of blowed itself out. The sun come shining. This was next morning, and I could dry my hair and look about me. I was a young lass then, and not bad to look upon. I didn't want to die, any more than you that's sitting there this minute. So I up and prays for land. Sure enough, toward evening a speck heaves up low down on the horizon. At first I took it for a gas liner, but later found it was just a little island, all alone by itself in the great Pacific Ocean. Come now, here's luck, thinks I, and with that I deserts the ice chest, which being empty, and me having no ice to put in it, not likely to have in them latitudes, is of no further use to me. Striking out I swum a mile or so, and set foot on dry land for the first time in nigh 3 days. Pretty land it were too, though bare of human life as an iceberg in the Arctic. I had landed on a shining white beach that run up to a grove of lovely waving palm trees. Above them I could see the slopes of a hill so very high and green, it reminded me of my old home, up near Quackamagomic Lake in Maine. The whole place just seemed to smile and smile at me. The palms waved and bowed in the sweet breeze like they wanted to say, just sit right down and make yourself to home. We've been waiting a long time for you to come. I cried I was that happy to be made welcome. I was a young lass then, and sensitive-like to how folks treated me. You're laughing now, but wait and see if or not there was sense to the way I felt. So I up and dries my clothes and my long soft hair again, which was well worth drying, for I had far more of it than now. After that I walked along a piece, until there was a sweet little path meandering away into the wild woods. Here, thinks I, this looks like inhabitants. Be they civil or wild, I wonder? But after travelling the path a piece, lo and behold, it ended sudden-like in a wide circle of green grass, with a little spring of clear water. And the first thing I noticed was a slab of white board nailed to a palm tree close to the spring. Right off I took a long drink, for you better believe I was thirsty, and then I went to look at this board. It had evidently been torn off the side of a wooden packing box, and the letters was roughly printed in lead pencil. Heaven help whoever you be, I read, this island ain't just right. I'm going to swim for it, you better too. Goodbye, Nelson Smith. That's what it said, but the spelling was simply awful. It all looked quite new and recent, as if Nelson Smith hadn't more than a few hours before he wrote and nailed it there. Well, after reading that queer warning, I began to shake all over like in a chill. Yes, I shook like I had the ague, though the hot tropic sun was burning down right on me and the alarming board. What had scared Nelson Smith so much that he had swum to get away? I looked all around, real cautious and careful, but not a single frightening thing could I behold. And the palms and the green grass and the flowers still smiled that peaceful and friendly-like, "Just make yourself to home," was wrote all over the place in plainer letters than those sprawly lead pencil ones on the board. Pretty soon, what with the quiet and all, the chill left me. Then I thought, well, to be sure, this Smith person was just an ordinary man, I reckon, and likely he got nervous of being so alone. Likely he just fancied things which was really not. It's a pity he drowned himself before I come, though likely I'd have found him poor company. By his record I judged him a man of but common education. So I decided to make the most of my welcome, and that I did for weeks to come. Right near the spring was a cave, dry as a biscuit box, with a nice floor of white sand. Nelson had lived there too, for there was a litter of stuff, tin cans empty, scraps of newspaper, and the like. I got to calling him Nelson in my mind, and then Nellie, and wondering if he was dark or fair, and how he come to be cast away there all alone, and what was the strange event that drove him to his end. I cleaned out the cave, though. He had devoured all his tin-canned provisions, however he come by them, but this I didn't mind. That there island was a generous body. Green milk coconut, sweet berries, turtle eggs, and the like was my daily fare. For about 3 weeks, the sun shone every day, the birds sang, and the monkeys chattered. We was all one big happy family, and the more I explored that island, the better I liked the company I was keeping. The land was about 10 miles from beach to beach, and never a foot of it that wasn't sweet and clean as a private park. From the top of the hill I could see the ocean, miles and miles of blue water with never a sign of a gas liner, or even a little government running boat. Them running boats used to go most everywhere to keep the seaways clean of derelicts and the like, but I knowed that if this island was no more than 100 miles off the regular courses of navigation, it might be many a long day before I'd be rescued. The top of the hill, as I found, when first I climbed up there, was a wore-out crater, so I knowed that the island was one of them volcanic ones you run across so many of in the seas between Capricorn and Cancer. Here and there, on the slopes and down through the jungly tree growth, I would come on great lumps of rock, and these must have come up out of that crater long ago. If there was lava, it was so old it had been covered up entire with green growing stuff. You couldn't have found it without a spade, which I didn't have nor want. Well, at first I was happy, as the hours was long. I wandered and clambered and waded and swum and combed my long hair on the beach, having fortunately not lost my side combs nor the rest of my gold hairpins. But by and by it begun to get just a bit lonesome. Funny thing, that's a feeling that, once it starts, it gets worse and worser, so quick it's perfectly surprising. And right then was when the days begun to get gloomy. We had a long sickly hot spell like I never seen before on an ocean island. There was dull clouds across the sun from morn to night. Even the little monkeys and parakeets that had seemed so gay moped and drowsed like they was sick. All one day I cried, and let the rain soak me through and through. That was the first rain we had, and I didn't get thorough dried, even during the night, though I slept in my cave. Next morning, I got up mad as thunder at myself and all the world. When I looked out, the black clouds was billowing across the sky. I could hear nothing but great breakers roaring in on the beaches, and the wild wind raving through the lashing palms. As I stood there, a nasty little wet monkey dropped from a branch almost on my head. I grabbed a pebble and slung it at him, real vicious. "Get away, you dirty little brute," I shrieks, and with that there comes a awful blinding flare of light. There was a long crackling noise like a bunch of Chinese fireworks, and then a sound as if a whole fleet of shouters had all went up together. When I come to, I found myself way in the back of my cave trying to dig further into the rock with my fingernails. Upon taking thought, it came to me that what had occurred was just a lightning clap. And going to look, sure enough, there lay a big palm tree right across the glade. It was all busted and split open by the lightning, and the little monkey was under it, for I could see his tail and his hind legs sticking out. Now when I set eyes on that poor crushed little beast I'd been so mean to, I was terrible ashamed. I sat down on the smashed tree and considered how thankful I had ought to have been. Here I had a lovely plenteous island with food and water to my taste, when it might have been a barren starvation rock that was my lot, and so thinking, a sort of gradual peaceful feeling stole over me. I got cheerfuller and cheerfuller, till I could have sang and danced for joy. Pretty soon I realized that the sun was shining bright for the first time that week. The wind had stopped hollering, and the waves had died to just a singing murmur on the beach. It seemed kind of strange, this sudden peace, like the cheer in my own heart after its rage and storm. I rose up feeling sort of queer, and went to look if the little monkey had came alive again, though that was a fool thing, seeing he was lying all crushed up and very dead. I buried him under a tree root, and as I did it a conviction come to me. I didn't hardly question that conviction at all. Somehow, living there alone so long, perhaps my natural womanly intuition was stronger than ever before or since, and so I knowed. Then I went and pulled poor Nelson Smith's board off from the tree and tossed it away for the tide to carry off. That there board was an insult to my island. The sea woman paused, and her eyes had a faraway look. It seemed as if I and perhaps even the macaroons and tea were quite forgotten. "Why did you think that?" I asked, to bring her back. "How could an island be insulted?" She started, passed her hand across her eyes, and hastily poured another cup of tea. "Because," she said at last, poising a macaroon in midair, "because that island, that particular island that I had landed on, had a heart. When I was gay, it was bright and cheerful. It was glad when I come, and it treated me right until I got that grouchy it had to mope from sympathy. It loved me like a friend. When I flung a rock at that poor little drenched monkey critter, it backed up my act with an anger like the wrath of God, and killed its own child to please me. But it got right cheery the minute I seen the wrongness of my ways. Nelson Smith had no business to say, 'This island ain't just right,' for it was a righter place than ever I seen elsewhere. When I cast away that lying board, all the birds begun to sing like mad. The green milk coconuts fell right and left. Only the monkeys seemed kind of sad-like still, and no wonder. You see, their own mother, the island, had rounded on one of them for my sake. After that, I was right careful and considerate. I named the island Anita, not knowing her right name, or if she had any. Anita was a pretty name, and it sounded kind of South Sea-like. Anita and me got along real well together from that day on. It was some strain to be always gay and singing around like a dear duck or canary bird, but I done my best. Still, for all the love and gratitude I bore Anita, the company of an island, however sympathetic, ain't quite enough for a human being. I still got lonesome, and there was even days when I couldn't keep the clouds clear out of the sky, though I will say we had no more tornadoes. I think the island understood and tried to help me with all the bounty and good cheer the poor thing possessed. Nonetheless, my heart give a wonderful big leap when one day I seen a blot on the horizon. It drawed near and near, until at last I could make out its nature. "A ship, of course," said I, "and were you rescued?" "'Twa'n't a ship neither," denied the sea-woman somewhat impatiently. "Can't you let me spin this yarn without no more remarks and full questions? This thing, what was bearing down so fast with the incoming tide, was neither more nor less than another island. You may well look startled. I was startled myself, much more so than you likely. I didn't know then what you, with your book learning, very likely know now, that islands sometimes float. Their under parts being a tangled-up mess of roots and old vines that new stuff's growed over, they sometimes break away from the mainland in a brisk gale, and go off for a voyage, calm as a old-fashioned 8-funnel steamer. This one was uncommon large, being as much as 2 miles, maybe, from shore to shore. It had its palm trees and its live things just like my own Anita, and I sometimes wondered if this drifting piece hadn't really been a part of my island once, just its daughter-like, as you might say. Be that however as it might be, no sooner did the floating piece get within hailing distance than I hears a human holler, and there was a man dancing up and down on the shore, like he was plumb crazy. Next minute he had plunged into the narrow strip of water between us, and in a few minutes had swum to where I stood. Yes, of course it was none other than Nelson Smith. I knowed that the minute I set eyes on him. He had the very look of not having no better sense than the man what wrote that board, and then nearly committed suicide trying to get away from the best island in all the oceans. Glad enough he was to get back, though, for the coconuts was running very short on the floater that had rescued him, and the turtle eggs wasn't worth mentioning. Being short of grub is the surest way I know to cure a man's fear of the unknown. Well, to make a long story short, Nelson Smith told me he was an aeronauter. In them days, to be an aeronauter was not the same as to be an aviatress is now. There was dangers in the air, and dangers in the sea, and he had met with both. His gas tank had leaked, and he had dropped into the water close by Anita. A case or two of provisions was all he could save from the total wreck. Now, as you might guess, I was crazy enough to find out what had scared this Nelson Smith into trying to swim the Pacific. He told me a story that seemed to fit pretty well with mine, only when it come to the scary part, he shut up like a clam, that aggravating way some men have. I give it up at last for just man-foolishness, and we began to scheme to get away. Anita moped some while we talked it over. I realized how she must be feeling, so I explained to her that it was right needful for us to get with our kind again. If we stayed with her, we should probably quarrel like cats, and maybe even kill each other out of pure human cussedness. She cheered up considerable after that, and even I thought got a little anxious to have us leave. At any rate, when we began to provision up the little floater which we had anchored to the big island by a cable of twisted bark, the green nuts fell all over the ground, and Nelson found more turtle nests in days than I had in weeks. During them days I really got fond of Nelson Smith. He was a companionable body, and brave, or he wouldn't have been a professional aeronauter, a job that was rightly thought tough enough for a woman, let alone a man. Though he was not so well educated as me, at least he was quiet and modest about what he did know, not like some men, boasting most where there's least to brag of. Indeed, I misdoubt if Nelson and me would not have quit the sea and the air together and set up housekeeping in some quiet little town up in New England, maybe, after we had got away, if it had not been for what happened when we went. I never, let me say, was so deceived in any man before nor since. The thing taught me a lesson, and I never was fooled again. We was all ready to go, and then one morning, like a parting gift from Anita, come a soft and favoring wind. Nelson and I run down the beach together, for we didn't want our floater to blow off and leave us. As we was running, our arms full of coconuts, Nelson Smith stubbed his bare toe on a sharp rock, and down he went. I hadn't noticed, and was going on. But sudden the ground begun to shake under my feet, and the air was full of a queer grinding, groaning sound, like the very earth was in pain. I turned around sharp. There sat Nelson, holding his bleeding toe in both fists, and giving vent to such awful words as no decent sea-going lady would ever speak nor hear to. Stop it! Stop it! I shrieked at him, but it was too late. Island or no island, Anita was a lady too. She had a gentle heart, but she knowed how to behave when she was insulted. With one terrible great roar, a spout of smoke and flame belched up out of the heart of Anita's crater hill a full mile into the air. I guess Nelson stopped swearing. He couldn't have heard himself anyways. Anita was talking now with tongues of flame and such roars as would have bespoke the raging protest of a continent. I grabbed that fool man by the hand and running down to the water. We had to swim good and hard to catch up with our only hope, the floater. No bark rope could hold her against the stiff breeze that was now blowing, and she had broke a cable. By the time we scrambled aboard, great rocks was falling right and left. We couldn't see each other for a while for the clouds of fine gray ash. It seemed like Anita was that mad she was flinging stones after us, and truly I believe that such was her intention. I didn't blame her neither. Lucky for us, the wind was strong, and we were soon out of range. So, says I to Nelson, after I'd got most of the ashes out of my mouth and shook my hair clear of cinders, so that was the reason you up and left sudden when you was there before. You aggravated that island till the poor thing drove you out. Well, says he, and not so meek as I'd have admired to see him, how could I know that on island was a lady? Actions speak louder than words, says I. You should have knowed it by her ladylike behavior. Is volcanoes and slinging hot rocks ladylike, he says? Is snakes ladylike? T'other time I cut my thumb on a tin can. I cussed a little bit. Say, just a little bit. And what comes at me? Out of all the caves, and out of every crack in the rocks, and out of the very spring of water where I'd been drinking, why, snakes. Snakes, if you please. Big, little, green, red, and sky blue scarlet. What did I do? Jumped in the water, of course. Why wouldn't I? I'd rather swim and drown than be stung or swallowed to death. But how was I to know the snakes come out of the rocks because I cussed? You couldn't, I agrees, sarcastic. Some folks never knows a lady till she up and wangs 'em over the head with a brick. A real gentle kind-like warning, them snakes were, which you would not heed. Take shame to yourself, Nellie, says I, right stern, that a decent little island like Anita can't associate with you peaceable. But you must hurt her sacredest feelings with language no lady would stand by to hear. I never did see Anita again. She may have blew herself right out of the ocean in her just wrath at the vulgar, disgusting language of Nelson Smith. I don't know. We was took off the floater at last, and I lost track of Nelson just as quick as I could when we was landed at Frisco. He had taught me a lesson. A man is just full of mannishness, and the best of 'em ain't good enough for a lady to sacrifice her sensibilities to put up with. Nelson Smith, he seemed to feel real bad when he learned I was not for him, and then he apologized. But apologies wa'n't no use to me. I could never abide him, after the way he went and talked right in the presence of me and my poor, sweet lady friend, Anita. Now I am well versed in the lore of the sea in all ages. Through the mists of time I have enviously eyed wild voyagings of sea rovers, who roved and spun their yarns before the stronger sex came into its own, and ousted man from his heroic pedestal. I have followed across the printed page the wanderings of Odysseus. Before Gulliver I have burned the incense of tranced attention, and with reverent awe considered the history of one Munchausen, a baron. But alas, these were only men. In what field is not woman our subtle superior? Meekly I bowed my head, and when my eyes dared to lift again, the ancient Marinus had departed, leaving me to sorrow for my surpassed and outdone idols, also with a bill for macaroons and tea of such incredible proportions that in comparison therewith I found it easy to believe her story. End of Friend Island by Gertrude Barrows Bennett, writing under the pseudonym Frances Stevens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
A Futile Experiment by Thomas L. Mason. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. A Futile Experiment by Thomas L. Mason. William Williams hated nicknames. He used to say that most fine given names were ruined by abbreviations, which was a sin and a shame. I myself, he said, am one of 6 brothers. We were all given good, old-fashioned Christian names, but all those names were shortened into meaningless or feeble monosyllables by our friends. I shall name my children so that it will be impractical to curtail their names. The Williams family, in the course of time, was blessed with 5 children, all boys. The eldest was named after the father, William. Of course, that could be shortened to Will or enfeebled to Willie. But wait. A second son came and was christened Willard. Ah, chuckled Mr. Williams. Now everybody will have to speak the full name of each of these boys in order to distinguish them. In pursuit of this scheme, the next three sons were named Wilbert, Wilfred, and Wilmot. They are all big boys now, and they are respectively known to their intimates as Bill, Skinny, Butch, Chuck, and Kid. The end of A Futile Experiment by Thomas L. Mason.
The Story of Hagar and Ishmael by Logan Marshall. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chad Horner, located in Ballyclare, County Antrim, Northern Ireland. The Story of Hagar and Ishmael. After the great flood, the family of Noah, and those who came after him, grew in number, until, as the years went on, the earth began to be full of people once more. But there was one great difference between the people who had lived before the flood and those who lived after it. Before the flood, all the people stayed close together, so that very many lived in one land, and no one lived in other lands. After the flood, families began to move from one place to another, seeking for themselves new homes. Some went one way and some another, so that as the number of people grew, they covered much more of the earth than those who had lived before the flood. Part of the people went up to the north and built a city called Nineveh, which became the ruling city of a great land called Assyria, whose people were called Assyrians. Another company went away to the west and settled by the great river Nile, and founded the land of Egypt, with its strange temples and pyramids, its sphinx and its monuments. Another company wandered northwest, until they came to the shore of the Great Sea, which they called the Mediterranean Sea. There they found the cities of Sidon and Tyre, where the people were sailors, sailing to countries far away, and bringing home many things from other lands, to sell to the people of Babylon, and to Syria and Egypt and other countries. Among the many cities which the people built were two called Sodom and Gomorrah. The people in these cities were very wicked, and were nearly all destroyed. One good man, named Lot, and his family escaped. There was another good man, named Abraham, who did not live in these cities. He tried to do God's will, and was promised a son to bring joy into his family. After Sodom and Gomorrah were destroyed, Abraham moved his tent and his camp away from that part of the land, and went to live near a place called Gerar in the southwest, not far from the Great Sea. And there at last the child whom God had promised to Abraham and Sarah his wife was born, when Abraham his father was a very old man. They named this child Isaac, as the angel had told them he should be named. And Abraham and Sarah were so happy to have a little boy that after a time they gave a great feast and invited all the people to come and rejoice with them, and all in honour of the little Isaac. And now Sarah had a maid named Hagar, an Egyptian woman, who ran away from her mistress, and saw an angel by a well, and afterward came back to Sarah. She too had a child, and his name was Ishmael. So now there were two boys in Abraham's tent, the older boy Ishmael, the son of Hagar, and the younger boy Isaac, the son of Abraham and Sarah. Ishmael did not like the little Isaac, and did not treat him kindly. This made his mother Sarah very angry, and she said to her husband, "I do not wish to have this boy Ishmael growing up with my son Isaac. Send away Hagar and her boy, for they are a trouble to me." And Abraham felt very sorry to have trouble come between Sarah and Hagar, and between Isaac and Ishmael, for Abraham was a kind and good man, and he was friendly to them all. But the Lord said to Abraham, "Do not be troubled about Ishmael and his mother. Do as Sarah has asked you to do, and send them away. It is best that Isaac should be left alone in your tent, for he is to receive everything that is yours. I, the Lord, will take care of Ishmael, and will make a great people of his descendants, those who shall come from him." So the next morning Abraham sent Hagar and her boy away, expecting them to go back to the land of Egypt, from which Hagar had come. He gave them some food for the journey, and a bottle of water to drink by the way. The bottles in that country were not, like ours, made of glass. They are made from the skin of a goat. One of these skin bottles Abraham filled with water and gave to Hagar. And Hagar went away from Abraham's tent, leading her little boy. But in some way she lost the road and wandered over the desert, not knowing where she was, until all the water in the bottle was used up, and her poor boy in the hot sun and the burning sand had nothing to drink. She thought that he would die of his terrible thirst, and she laid him down under a little bush, and then she went away, for she said to herself, "I cannot bear to look at my poor boy suffering and dying for want of water." And just at that moment, while Hagar was crying, and her boy was moaning with thirst, she heard a voice saying to her, "Hagar, what is your trouble? Do not be afraid. God has heard your cry and the cry of your child. God will take care of you both, and will make of your boy a great nation of people." It was the voice of an angel from heaven, and then Hagar looked, and there, close at hand, was a spring of water in the desert. How glad Hagar was, as she filled the bottle with water and took it to her suffering boy under the bush. After this, Hagar did not go down to Egypt. She found a place where she lived and brought up her son in the wilderness, far from other people. And Ishmael grew up in the desert and learned to shoot with the bow and arrow. He became a wild man, and his children after him grew up to be wild men also. They were the Arabians of the desert, who even to this day have never been ruled by any other people, but wander through the desert and live as they please. So Ishmael came to be the father of many people, and his descendants, the wild Arabians of the desert, are living unto this day in that land. End of the story of Hagar and Ishmael by Logan Marshall.
The Mad Artist by Margery Verner Reed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mad Artist by Margery Verner Reed. Faintly, speak. Speak, angel or demon or both, speak to me before I throw you into the sea. The storm raged in all its fury around the house, and the rain beat down. Speak, or I'll break you into 1,000 pieces. But the only answer was the smile of the angel with the uplifted eyes and the outspread wings, as if she was about to ascend to heaven. The marble angel that was to have been his masterpiece. His last gift to man was now his hated treasure. Night came on, and with it the fury of the storm increased, and still the mad artist now implored, now threatened. The angel smiled and looked heavenward. "When I chose a model for my masterpiece," he murmured, "she was beautiful, but had not the face of that angel. How came I to copy the image in my heart, and not the living one that for months was each day here in my studio?" The storm raged without, and within the artist groped for light, clung to the shreds of memory. His madness was increasing, his head seemed miles away. What had he been thinking of just then? Had he seen a woman rise from a tomb? No, it was the angel. He must get to work and finish it, but it was finished. Vaguely he remembered dismissing his model. "Speak!" With a faint cry of anguish he rushed to the statue. "Speak, image of my lost Louise!" But no, you are cold marble. You have no life, no warmth. Still, it must be the girl I loved. It is her mouth, her eyes. The wind moaned around the house, seeming to call the name of Louise. The mad artist wept and groped for light, for memory. Vaguely he could see, way back in some half-forgotten period, a nurse leaning over his cot, The noise of battle still rang in his ears, but that was all past in his other life. Now there were phantoms and the image in his heart of the lost Louise. Why had he chosen that name? That name made him think of running water. Where was reverie? Oh, yes, it was the statue. Well, it must die. Never should men see his masterpiece that had cost him all the joy of life, for he had likened the features of the angel after Louise. Speak, demon, he implored. Take on a woman's voice. The storm had ceased, and the sun shone brightly on the wet grass and the flowers of a day in June. One ray peeped in at the window of the studio and saw the angel broken by hammer and chisel on the floor. Its smiling face seemed to forgive all the madness of the night. From what strange nightmare was he awakening? At the sight of his loved and hated angel broken at his feet, his senses were slowly returning, but with what pain they came, as if his head must break. He could not think yet. He would later on. He had been mad. He remembered the doctor saying so. In France, shell shock. It had come over him as he stood by the gate of the chateau. Then a hospital. Afterward all had been darkness, a horrible groping amid 1,000 broken memories, phantoms which had shrouded him. But now it was over. He was sane. Life, oh, what joy to live again as one risen from the tomb. He would travel out into the world, far from his studio. The attendant entered, bringing lunch to the mad artist, and found him dead, his lips pressed to the marble ones of his angel, the image of Louise. She was only one of his many phantoms. End of The Mad Artist by Margery Verner Reed. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Maternal Feminine by Edna Ferber. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Maternal Feminine by Edna Ferber. Called upon to describe Aunt Sophie, you would have to coin a term or fall back on the dictionary definition of a spinster. An unmarried woman, states that worthy work baldly, especially when no longer young. That, to the world, was Sophie Decker. Unmarried, certainly, and most certainly no longer young. In figure she was, at 50, what is known in the corset ads as a stylish stout, well-dressed in dark suits with broad-toed health shoes and a small, astute hat. The suit was practical common sense, the health shoes were comfort, the hat was strictly business. Sophie Decker made and sold hats, both astute and ingenuous, to the female population of Chippewa, Wisconsin. Chippewa's East End set bought the knowing type of hat, and the mill hands and hired girls bought the naive ones. But whether lumpy or possessed of that thing known as line, Sophie Decker's hats were honest hats. The world is full of Aunt Sophies unsung, plump, ruddy, capable women of middle age, unwed and rather looked down upon by a family of married sisters and tolerant, good-humored brothers-in-law, and careless nieces and nephews. Poor Aunt Soph, with a significant half-smile, and she's had so little in life, really. She was undoubtedly a good old thing, Aunt Soph, forever sending a model hat to this pert little niece in Seattle, or taking Adele, Sister Flora's daughter, to Chicago or New York as a treat on one of her buying trips, burdening herself on her business visits to these cities with a dozen foolish shopping commissions for the idle womenfolk of her family, hearing without partisanship her sisters' complaints about their husbands and her sisters' husbands' complaints about their wives. It was all the same. I'm telling you this, Sophie, I wouldn't breathe it to another living soul, but I honestly think sometimes that if it weren't for the children, There's no knowing why they confided these things to Sophie instead of to each other, these wedded sisters of hers. Perhaps they held for each other an unuttered distrust or jealousy. Perhaps in making a confidant of Sophie, there was something of the satisfaction that comes of dropping a surreptitious stone down a deep well and hearing it plunk, safe in the knowledge that it has struck no one and that it cannot rebound, lying there in the soft darkness. Sometimes they would end by saying, "But you don't know what it is, Sophie, you can't. I'm sure I don't know why I'm telling you all this." But when Sophie answered sagely, I know, they paid little heed, once having unburdened themselves. The curious part of it is that she did know. She knew as a woman of 50 must know, who all her life has given and in return has received nothing. Sophie Decker had never used the word inhibition in her life. She may not have known what it meant. She only knew, without in the least knowing she knew, that in giving of her goods, of her affections, of her time, of her energy, she found a certain relief. Her own people would have been shocked if you had told them that there was about this old maid aunt something rather splendidly Rabelaisian. Without being what is known as a masculine woman, she had somehow acquired the man's viewpoint, his shrewd value sense. She ate a good deal and enjoyed her food. She did not care for those queer little stories that married women sometimes tell with narrowed eyes, but she was strangely tolerant of what is known as sin. So simple and direct she was that you wondered how she prospered in a line so subtle as the millinery business. You might have got a fairly true characterization of Sophie Decker from one of 50 people, from a salesman in a New York or Chicago wholesale millinery house, from Otis Cohen, cashier of the First National Bank of Chippewa, from Julia Gold, her head milliner and trimmer, from almost anyone, in fact, except a member of her own family. They knew her least of all. Her 3 married sisters, Grace in Seattle, Ella in Chicago, and Flora in Chippewa, regarded her with a rather affectionate disapproval from the snug safety of their own conjugal ingle-nooks. "I don't know, there's something, common about Sophie," Flora confided to Ella. Flora, on shopping bent, and Sophie, seeking hats, had made the 5-hour run from Chippewa to Chicago together. "She talks to everybody. You should have heard her with the porter on our train. Chums! And when the conductor took our tickets, it was a social occasion. You know how packed the 752 is. Every seat in the parlor car taken. And Sophie asking the colored porter about how his wife was getting along. She called him William, and if they were going to send her west, and all about her. I wish she wouldn't." And Sophie undeniably had a habit of regarding people as human beings. You found her talking to chambermaids and delivery boys, and elevator starters, and gas collectors and hotel clerks, all that aloof, unapproachable superior crew. Under her benign volubility, they bloomed and spread and took on color as do those tight little paper water flowers when you cast them into a bowl. It was an idle curiosity in her. She was interested. You found yourself confiding to her your innermost longings, your secret tribulations, under the encouragement of her sympathetic, "You don't say." Perhaps it was as well that Sister Flora was in ignorance of the fact that the millinery salesman at Danowitz and Danowitz Importers always called Miss Decker Aunt Soph, as, with one arm flung about her plump shoulder, they revealed to her the picture of their girl in the back flap of the billfold. Flora, with a firm grip on Chippewa society, as represented by the East End set, did not find her position enhanced by a sister in the millinery business in Elm Street. "Of course it's wonderful that she's self-supporting and successful and all," she told her husband, "but it's not so pleasant for Adele, now that she's growing up, having all the girls she knows buying their hats of her aunt. But you know how it is." H. Charnsworth Baldwin said yes, he knew. When the Decker girls were young, the Deckers had lived in a sagging old frame house from which the original paint had long ago peeled in great scrofulous patches on an unimportant street in Chippewa. There was a worm-eaten russet apple tree in the yard, an untidy tangle of wild cucumber vine over the front porch, and an uncut brush of sunburned grass and weeds all about. From May until September, you never passed the Decker place without hearing the plunkety-plink of a mandolin from somewhere behind the vines, laughter, and the creak-creak of the hard-worked and protesting hammock hooks. Flora, Ella, and Grace Decker had had more beaux and fewer clothes than any other girl in Chippewa. In a town full of pretty young things, they were undoubtedly the prettiest, and in a family of pretty sisters, Sophie always excepted, Flora was the acknowledged beauty. She was the kind of girl whose nose never turns red on a frosty morning. A little white, exquisite nose, purest example of the degree of perfection which may be attained by the vulgarest of features. Under her great gray eyes were faint violet shadows which gave her a look of almost poignant wistfulness. Her slow, sweet smile gave the beholder an actual physical pang. Only her family knew she was lazy as a behemoth, untidy about her person, and as sentimental as a hungry shark. The strange and cruel part of it was that, in some grotesque, exaggerated way, as a cartoon may be like a photograph, Sophie resembled Flora. It was as though nature in prankish mood had given a cabbage the color and texture of a rose, with none of its fragile reticence and grace. It was a manless household. Mrs. Decker, vague, garrulous, referred to her dead husband in frequent reminiscence as poor Mr. Decker. Mrs. Decker dragged one leg as she walked, rheumatism or spinal infection. Small wonder, then, that Sophie the Plain, with a gift for hat-making, a knack at eggless cake-baking, and a genius for turning a sleeve so that last year's style met this year's without a struggle, contributed nothing to the sag in the center of the old twine hammock on the front porch. That the three girls should marry well, and Sophie not at all, was as inevitable as the sequence of the seasons. Ella and Grace did not manage badly, considering that they had only their girlish prettiness and the twine hammock to work with. But Flora, with her beauty, captured H. Charnsworth Baldwin. Chippewa gasped. H. Charnsworth Baldwin drove a skittish mare to a high-wheeled yellow runabout, had his clothes made at Proctor Brothers in Milwaukee, and talked about a game called golf. It was he who advocated laying out a section of land for what he called links and erecting a clubhouse thereon. The section of the bluff overlooking the river, he explained, is full of natural hazards, besides having a really fine view. Chippewa, or that comfortable middle-class section of it, which got its exercise walking home to dinner from the store at noon and cutting the grass evenings after supper, laughed as it read the interview in the Chippewa Eagle. "A golf course," they repeated to one another, grinning. "Conklin's cow pasture up the river. It's full of natural—" Wait a minute, what was— Oh, yeah, here it is. Hazards. Full of natural hazards. Say, couldn't you die? For H. Charnsworth Baldwin had been little Henry Baldwin before he went east to college. 10 years later, H. Charnsworth, in knickerbockers and gay-topped stockings, was winning the cup in the men's tournament played on the Chippewa Golf Club course, overlooking the river. And his name in stout gold letters blinked at you from the plate glass windows of the office at the corner of Elm and Winnebago. Northern Lumber and Land Company, H. Charnsworth Baldwin, President. 2 blocks farther down Elm Street was another sign, not so glittering, which read, Miss Sophie Decker, Millinery. Sophie's hat-making in the beginning had been done at home. She had always made her sister's hats, and her own, of course, and an occasional hat for a girlfriend. After her sisters had married, Sophie found herself in possession of a rather bewildering amount of spare time. The hat trade grew so that sometimes there were 6 rather botchy little bonnets all done up in yellow paper pyramids with a pin at the top awaiting their future wearers. After her mother's death, Sophie still stayed on in the old house. She took a course in millinery in Milwaukee, came home, stuck up a homemade sign in the parlor window, the untidy cucumber vines came down, and began her hat-making in earnest. In 5 years she had opened a shop on a side street near Elm, had painted the old house, installed new plumbing, built a warty stucco porch, and transformed the weedy grass-tangled yard into an orderly stretch of green lawn and bright flower beds. In 10 years she was in Elm Street, and the Chippewa Eagle ran a half column twice a year describing her spring and fall openings. On these occasions Aunt Sophie, in black satin and mossel wave and her most relentless corsets, was, in all the superficial things, not a pleat or fold or line or wave behind her city colleagues. She had all the catchphrases. This is awfully good this year. Here's a sweet thing, a Mornet model. Well, but my dear, it's the style, the line you're paying for, not the material. No, that hat doesn't do a thing for you. I've got it. I had you in mind when I bought it. Now don't say you can't wear henna. Wait till you see it on. When she stood behind you as you sat, uncrowned and expectant before the mirror, she would poise the hat 4 inches above your head, holding it in the tips of her fingers, a precious, fragile thing. Your fascinated eyes were held by it, and your breath as well. Then down it descended, slowly, slowly, a quick pressure, her fingers firm against your temples, a little sigh of relieved suspense. That's wonderful on you. You don't? Oh, my dear, but that's because you're not used to it. You know how you said for years you had to have a brim and couldn't possibly wear a turban with your nose until I proved to you that if the head size was only big, well, perhaps this needs just a little lift here, just a snip. There, that does it. And that did it. Not that Sophie Decker ever tried to sell you a hat against your judgment, taste, or will. She was too wise a psychologist and too shrewd a businesswoman for that. She preferred that you go out of her shop hatless rather than with an unbecoming hat. But whether you bought or not, you took with you out of Sophie Decker's shop something more precious than any hat box ever contained. Just to hear her admonishing a customer, her good-natured face all aglow. My dear, always put on your hat before you get into your dress. I do. You can get your arms above your head and set it right. I put on my hat and veil as soon as I get my hair combed. In your mind's eye you saw her, a stout, well-stayed figure in tight brassiere and scant slip, bare-armed and bare-bosomed, in smart hat and veil, attired as though for the street from the neck up, and for the bedroom from the shoulders down. The East End set bought Sophie Decker's hats because they were modish and expensive hats, but she managed miraculously to gain a large and lucrative following among the paper mill girls and factory hands as well. You would have thought that any attempt to hold both these opposites would cause her to lose one or the other. Aunt Sophie said frankly that of the two, she would have preferred to lose her smart trade. The mill girls come in with the money in their hands, you might say. They get good wages, and they want to spend them. I wouldn't try to sell them one of those little plain model hats. They wouldn't understand them or like them, and if I told them the price, they'd think I was trying to cheat them. They want a hat with something good and solid on it. Their fathers wouldn't prefer caviar to pork roast, would they? It's the same idea. Her shop windows reflected her business acumen. One was chastely, severely elegant, holding a single hat poised on a slender stick. In the other were a dozen honest arrangements of velvet and satin and plumes. At the spring opening she always displayed one of those little toques completely covered with violets. That violet-covered toque was a symbol. I don't expect 'em to buy it, Sophie Decker explained, but everybody feels there should be a hat like that at a spring opening. It's like a fruit centerpiece at a family dinner. Nobody ever eats it, but it has to be there. The two Baldwin children, Adele and Eugene, found Aunt Sophie's shop a treasure trove. Adele, during her doll days, possessed such boxes of satin and velvet scraps and bits of lace and ribbon and jet as to make her the envy of all her playmates. She used to crawl about the floor of the shop workroom and under the table and chairs like a little scavenger. "What in the world do you do with all that truck, child?" asked Aunt Sophie. "You must have barrels of it." Adele stuffed another wisp of tulle into the pocket of her pinafore. "I keep it," she said. When she was 10, Adele had said to her mother, "Why do you always say poor Sophie?" "Because Aunt Sophie's had so little in life. She never has married, and has always worked." Adele considered that. If you don't get married, do they say you're poor? Well, yes. Then I'll get married, announced Adele. A small, dark, eerie child, skinny and rather foreign-looking, the boy Eugene had the beauty which should have been the girl's. Very tall, very blonde, with the straight nose and wistful eyes of the Flora of 20 years ago. If only Adele could have had his looks, his mother used to say. They're wasted on a man. He doesn't need them, but a girl does. Adele will have to be well-dressed and interesting, and that's such hard work. Flora said she worshipped her children, and she actually sometimes still coquetted heavily with her husband. At 20, she had been addicted to baby talk when endeavoring to coax something out of someone. Her admirers had found it irresistible. At 40, it was awful. Her selfishness was colossal. She affected a semi-invalidism, and for 15 years had spent 1 day a week in bed. She took no exercise and a great deal of soda bicarbonate and tried to fight her fat with baths. 15 or 20 years had worked a startling change in the two sisters, Flora the beautiful and Sophie the plain. It was more than a mere physical change. It was a spiritual thing, though neither knew nor marked it. Each had taken on weight, the one solidly, comfortably, the other flabbily, unhealthily. With the encroaching fat, Flora's small, delicate features seemed, somehow, to disappear in her face, so that you saw it as a large white surface bearing indentations, ridges, and hollows, like one of those enlarged photographs of the moon's surface as seen through a telescope. A self-centered face, and misleadingly placid, and Sophie's large plain features, plumply padded now, impressed you as indicating strength, courage, and a great human understanding. From her husband and her children, Flora exacted service that would have chafed a galley slave into rebellion. She loved to lie in bed in an orchid bed jacket with ribbons and be read to by Adele or Eugene or her husband. They all hated it. She just wants to be waited on and petted and admired, Adele had stormed one day in open rebellion to her Aunt Sophie. She uses it as an excuse for everything and has ever since Jean and I were children. She's as strong as an ox. Not a daughterly speech, but true. Years before, a generous but misguided woman friend, coming in to call, had been ushered in to where Mrs. Baldwin lay propped up in a nest of pillows. Well, I don't blame you, the caller had gushed. If I looked the way you do in bed, I'd stay there forever. Don't tell me you're sick with all that lovely color. Flora Baldwin had rolled her eyes ceilingward. Nobody ever gives me credit for all my suffering and ill health, and just because all my blood is in my cheeks. Flora was ambitious, socially, but too lazy to make the effort necessary for success in that direction. I love my family, she would say. They fill my life. After all, that's a profession in itself, being a wife and mother. She showed her devotion by taking no interest whatever in her husband's land schemes, by forbidding Eugene to play football at school for fear he might be injured, by impressing Adele with the necessity for vivacity and modishness because of what she called her unfortunate lack of beauty. I don't understand it, she used to say in the child's presence. Her father's handsome enough, goodness knows, and I wasn't such a fright when I was a girl. And look at her, little dark skinny thing. The boy Eugene grew up a very silent, handsome, shy young fellow. The girl dark, voluble, and rather interesting. The husband, more and more immersed in his business, was absent from home for long periods, irritable after some of these homecomings, boisterously high-spirited following other trips, now growling about household expenses and unpaid bills, now urging the purchase of some almost prohibitive luxury. Anyone but a nagging, self-absorbed, and vain woman such as Flora would have marked these unmistakable signs, but Flora was a taker, not a giver. She thought herself affectionate because she craved affection unduly. She thought herself a fond mother because she insisted on having her children with her under her thumb, marking their devotion as a prisoner marks time with his feet, stupidly, shufflingly advancing not a step. Sometimes Sophie, the clear-eyed, seeing this state of affairs, tried to stop it. "You expect too much of your husband and children," she said one day bluntly to her sister. I, Flora's dimpled hand had flown to her breast like a wounded thing. You're crazy. There isn't a more devoted wife and mother in the world. That's the trouble. I love them too much. Well then, grimly, stop it for a change. That's half Eugene's nervousness. You're fussing over him. He's 18. Give him a chance. You're weakening him. And stop dinning that society stuff into Adele's ears. She's got brains, that child. Why, just yesterday in the workroom she got hold of some satin and a shape and turned out a little turban that Angie Hatton— Do you mean to tell me that Angie Hatton saw my Adele working in your shop? Now look here, Sophie. You're earning your living, and it's to your credit. You're my sister, but I won't have Adele associated in the minds of my friends with your hat store. Understand? I won't have it. That isn't what I sent her away to an expensive school for. To have her come back and sit around in a millinery workshop with a lot of little cheap shoddy sewing girls? Now understand, I won't have it. You don't know what it is to be a mother. You don't know what it is to have suffered. If you had brought 2 children into the world— So then it had come about during the years between their childhood and their youth that Aunt Sophie received the burden of their confidences, their griefs, their perplexities. She seemed somehow to understand in some miraculous way and to make the burden a welcome one. Well, now you tell Aunt Sophie all about it. Stop crying, Della. How can I hear when you're crying? That's my baby. Now then. This when they were children, but with the years the habit clung and became fixed. There was something about Aunt Sophie's house, the old frame house with the warty stucco porch. For that matter, there was something about the very shop downtown, with its workroom in the rear that had a cozy home-like quality never possessed by the big Baldwin house. H. Charnsworth Baldwin had built a large brick mansion in the Tudor style on a bluff overlooking the Fox River in the best residential section of Chippewa. It was expensively furnished. The hall console alone was enough to strike a preliminary chill to your heart. The millinery workroom, winter days, was always bright and warm and snug. The air was a little close, perhaps, and heavy, but with a not unpleasant smell of dyes and stuffs and velvet and glue and steam and flat iron, and a certain racy scent that Julia Gold, the head trimmer, always used. There was a sociable cat, white with a dark gray patch on his throat and a swipe of it across one flank that spoiled him for style and beauty, but made him a comfortable-looking cat to have around. Sometimes, on very cold days or in the rush season, the girls would not go home to dinner, but would bring their lunches and cook coffee over a little gas heater in the corner. Julia Gold especially drank quantities of coffee. Aunt Sophie had hired her from Chicago. She had been with her for 5 years. She said Julia was the best trimmer she had ever had. Aunt Sophie often took her to New York or Chicago on her buying trips. Julia had not much genius for original design, or she never would have been content to be head milliner in a small-town shop. But she could copy a $50 model from memory down to the last detail of crown and brim. It was a gift that made her invaluable. The boy Eugene used to like to look at Julia Gold. Her hair was very black and her face was very white and her eyebrows met in a thick dark line. Her face as she bent over her work was sullen and brooding, but when she lifted her head suddenly in conversation you were startled by a vivid flash of teeth and eyes and smile. Her voice was deep and low. She made you a little uncomfortable. Her eyes seemed always to be asking something. Around the work-table mornings, she used to relate the dreams she had had the night before. In these dreams, she was always being pursued by a lover. And then I woke up screaming. Neither she nor the sewing girls knew what she was revealing in these confidences of hers, but Aunt Sophie the shrewd somehow sensed it. You're alone too much evenings. That's what comes of living in a boarding house. You come over to me for a week. The change will do you good, and it'll be nice for me too, having somebody to keep me company. Julia often came for a week or 10 days at a time. Julia about the house after supper was given to those vivid splashy negligees with big flower patterns strewn over them. They made her hair look blacker and her skin whiter by contrast. Sometimes Eugene or Adele or both would drop in and the four would play bridge. Aunt Sophie played a shrewd and canny game, Adele a rather brilliant one, Julia a wild and disastrous hand, always, and Eugene so badly that only Julia would take him on as a partner. Mrs. Baldwin never knew about these evenings. It was on one of these occasions that Aunt Sophie, coming unexpectedly into the living room from the kitchen, where she and Adele were foraging for refreshments after the game, beheld Julia Gold and Eugene, arms clasped about each other, cheek to cheek. They started up as she came in and faced her, the woman defiantly, the boy bravely. Julia Gold was 30 with reservations at that time, and the boy not quite 21. "How long?" said Aunt Sophie quietly. She had a mayonnaise spoon and a leaf of lettuce in her hand then, and still she did not look comic. "I'm crazy about her," said Eugene. "We're crazy about each other. We're going to be married." Aunt Sophie listened for the reassuring sound of Adele's spoons and plates in the kitchen. She came forward. "Now listen," she began. "I love him," said Julia Gold dramatically. "I love him." Except that it was very white and somehow old-looking, Aunt Sophie's face was as benign as always. "Now, look here, Julia, my girl, that isn't love, and you know it. I'm an old maid, but I know what love is when I see it. I'm ashamed of you, Julia. Sensible woman like you, hugging and kissing a boy like that, and old enough to be his mother. Now look here, Aunt Sophie, if you're going to talk that way, why, she's wonderful. She's taught me what it means to really— Oh, my land." Aunt Sophie sat down, looking suddenly very ill. And then from the kitchen, Adele's clear young voice. "Hey, what's the idea? I'm not going to do all the work. Where's everybody?" Aunt Sophie started up again. She came up to them and put a hand, a capable, firm, steadying hand, on the arm of each. The woman drew back, but the boy did not. "Will you promise me not to do anything for a week? Just a week. Will you promise me? Will you? Are you going to tell Father?" "Not for a week, if you'll promise not to see each other in that week." "No, I don't want to send you away, Julia. I don't want to. You're not a bad girl. It's just, he's never had, at home, they never gave him a chance. Just a week, Julia. Just a week, Eugene. We can talk things over then." Adele's footsteps coming from the kitchen. "Quick." "I promise," said Eugene. Julia said nothing. "Well, really," said Adele from the doorway, "you're a nervy lot, sitting around while I slave in the kitchen. Jean, see if you can open the olives with this fool can opener. I tried." There is no knowing what she expected to do in that week, Aunt Sophie, what miracle she meant to perform. She had no plan in mind, just hope. She looked strangely shrunken and old suddenly. But when, 3 days later, the news came that America was going into war, she had her answer. Flora was beside herself. "Eugene won't have to go. He isn't old enough, thank God. And by the time he is, it will be over, surely." She was almost hysterical. Eugene was in the room. Aunt Sophie looked at him, and he looked at Aunt Sophie. In her eyes was a question, in his was the answer. They said nothing. The next day Eugene enlisted. In 3 days he was gone. Flora took to her bed. Next day Adele, a faint, unwonted color marking her cheeks, walked into her mother's bedroom and stood at the side of the recumbent figure. Her father, his hands clasped behind him, was pacing up and down, now and then kicking a cushion that had fallen to the floor. He was chewing a dead cigar, one side of his face twisted curiously over the cylinder in his mouth so that he had a sinister and crafty look. "Charnsworth, won't you please stop ramping up and down like that? My nerves are killing me. I can't help it if the war has done something or other to your business. I'm sure no wife could have been more economical than I have. Nothing matters but Eugene, anyway. How could he do such a thing? I've given my whole life to my children." H. Charnsworth kicked the cushion again so that it struck the wall at the opposite side of the room. Flora drew her breath in between her teeth as though a knife had entered her heart. Adele stood at the side of the bed, looking at her mother. Her hands were clasped behind her, too. In that moment, as she stood there, she resembled her mother and her father so startlingly and simultaneously that the two, had they been less absorbed in their own affairs, must have remarked it. The girl's head came up stiffly. "Listen, I'm going to marry Daniel Oakley." Daniel Oakley was 50 and a friend of her father's. For years, He had been coming to the house, and for years she had ridiculed him. She and Eugene had called him Sturdy Oak because he was always talking about his strength and endurance, his walks, his rugged health, pounding his chest meanwhile and planting his feet far apart. He and Baldwin had had business relations as well as friendly ones. At this announcement, Flora screamed and sat up in bed. H. Charnsworth stopped short in his pacing and regarded his daughter with a queer look, a concentrated look, as though what she had said had set in motion a whole mass of mental machinery within his brain. "When did he ask you?" "He's asked me a dozen times, but it's different now. All the men will be going to war. There won't be any left. Look at England and France. I'm not going to be left." She turned squarely toward her father, her young face set and hard. "You know what I mean." "You know what I mean." Flora, sitting up in bed, was sobbing. "I think you might have told your mother, Adele. What are children coming to? You stand there and say, 'I'm going to marry Daniel Oakley.' Oh, I am so faint all of a sudden. Get the spirits of ammonia." Adele turned and walked out of the room. She was married 6 weeks later. They had a regular pre-war wedding, veil, flowers, dinner, and all. Aunt Sophie arranged the folds of her gown and draped her veil. The girl stood looking at herself in the mirror, a curious half-smile twisting her lips. She seemed slighter and darker than ever. "In all this white in my veil, I look just like a fly in a quart of milk," she said with a laugh. Then suddenly she turned to her aunt, who stood behind her, and clung to her, holding her tight. "I can't," she gasped. "I can't. Aunt Sophie held her off and looked at her, her eyes searching the girl. "What do you mean, Della? Are you just nervous, or do you mean you don't want to marry him? Do you mean that? Then what are you marrying him for? Tell me. Tell your Aunt Sophie." But Adele was straightening herself and pulling out the crushed folds of her veil. "To pay the mortgage on the old homestead, of course. Just like the girl in the play." She laughed a little, but Aunt Sophie did not. "Now look here, Della. If you're—" But there was a knock at the door. Adele caught up her flowers. "It's all right," she said. Aunt Sophie stood with her back against the door. "If it's money," she said, "it is, isn't it? I've got money saved. It was for you children. I've always been afraid. I knew he was sailing pretty close, with his speculations and all, since the war. He can have it. He can have it all. It isn't too late. Adele, Della, my baby." "Don't, Aunt Sophie. It wouldn't be enough anyway. Daniel has been wonderful, really. Dad's been stealing money for years. Don't look like that. I'd have hated being poor anyway. Never could have got used to it. It is ridiculous, though, isn't it? Like something in the movies. I don't mind. I'm lucky, really, when you come to think of it. A plain little black thing like me. But your mother. Mother doesn't know a thing." Flora wept mistily all through the ceremony, but Adele was composed enough for two. When scarcely a month later Baldwin came to Sophie Decker, his face drawn and queer, Sophie knew. "How much?" she said. 30,000 will cover it. If you've got more than that—" "I thought Oakley, Adele said—" "He did, but he won't any more, and this thing's got to be met. It's this damned war that's done it. I'd have been all right. People got scared. They wanted their money. They wanted it in cash. Speculating with it, were you?" "Oh, well, a woman doesn't understand these business deals." "No, naturally," said Aunt Sophie. "A butterfly like me." "Sophie, for God's sake, don't joke now. I tell you this will cover it, and everything will be all right. If I had anybody else to go to for the money, I wouldn't ask you. But you'll get it back. You know that." Aunt Sophie got up heavily and went over to her desk. "It was for the children anyway. They won't need it now." He looked up at that, something in her voice. "Who won't? Why won't they?" "I don't know what made me say that. I had a dream." "Eugene?" "Yes." "Oh, well, we're all nervous. Flora has dreams every night and presentiments every 15 minutes. Now look here, Sophie, about this money. You'll never know how grateful I am. Flora doesn't understand these things, but I can talk to you. I might as well be honest about it," Sophie interrupted. "I'm doing it not for you, but for Flora and Della and Eugene. Flora has lived such a sheltered life. I sometimes wonder if she really knew any of you, her husband or her children. I sometimes have the feeling that Della and Eugene are my children, were my children." When he came home that night, Baldwin told his wife that old Soph was getting queer. "She talks about the children being hers," he said. "Oh, well, she's awfully fond of them," Flora explained, "and she's lived a little narrow life with nothing to bother her but her hats and her house. She doesn't know what it means to suffer as a mother suffers. Poor Sophie." Baldwin grunted. When the official notification of Eugene's death came from the War Department, Aunt Sophie was so calm it might have appeared that Flora had been right. She took to her bed now in earnest, did Flora. Sophie neglected everything to give comfort to the stricken too. "How can you sit there like that?" Flora would rail. "How can you sit there like that? Even if you weren't his mother, surely you must feel something." "It's the way he died that comforts me," said Aunt Sophie. "What difference does that make?" American Red Cross, Croix Rouge Américaine. My dear Mrs. Baldwin, I am sure you must have been officially notified by the U.S. War Department of the death of your son, Lieutenant Eugene H. Baldwin, but I want to write you what I can of his last hours. I was with him much of that time as his nurse. I'm sure it must mean much to a mother to hear from a woman who was privileged to be with her boy at the last. Your son was brought to our hospital one night badly gassed from the fighting in the Argonne forest. Ordinarily we do not receive gassed patients, as they are sent to a special hospital near here. But 2 nights before, the Germans wrecked that hospital, so many gassed patients have come to us. Your son was put in the officers' ward, where the doctors who examined him told me there was absolutely no hope for him, as he had inhaled so much gas that it was only a matter of a few hours. I could scarcely believe that a man so big and strong as he was could not pull through. The first bad attack he had, losing his breath and nearly choking, rather frightened him, although the doctor and I were both with him. He held my hand tightly in his, begging me not to leave him, and repeating, over and over, that it was good to have a woman near. He was propped high in bed and put his head on my shoulder, while I fanned him until he breathed more easily. I stayed with him all that night, though I was not on duty. You see, his eyes also were badly burned. But before he died he was able to see very well. I stayed with him every minute of that night, and have never seen a finer character than he showed during all that fight for life. He had several bad attacks that night and came through each one simply because of his great willpower and fighting spirit. After each attack he would grip my hand and say, "Well, we made it that time, didn't we, nurse?" Toward the morning he asked me if he was going to die. I could not tell him the truth. He needed all his strength. I told him he had 1 chance in 1,000. He seemed to become very strong then, and sitting bolt upright in bed he said, "Then I'll fight for it." We kept him alive for 3 days, and actually thought we had won when on the 3rd day. But even in your sorrow you must be very proud to have been the mother of such a son. I am a Wisconsin girl, Madison. When this is over and I come home, will you let me see you, so that I may tell you more than I can possibly write? Marion King. It was in March, 6 months later, that Marion King came. They had hoped for it, but never expected it, and she came. 4 people were waiting in the living room of the big Baldwin house overlooking the river. Flora and her husband, Adele, and Aunt Sophie. They sat waiting. Now and then Adele would rise nervously and go to the window that faced the street. Flora was weeping with audible sniffs. Baldwin sat in his chair, frowning a little, a dead cigar in one corner of his mouth. Only Aunt Sophie sat quietly, waiting. There was little conversation, none in the last 5 minutes. Flora broke the silence, dabbing her face with her handkerchief as she spoke. "Sophie, how can you sit there like that? Not that I don't envy you. I do. I remember I used to feel sorry for you. I used to say, 'Poor Sophie,' but you unmarried ones are the happiest after all. It's the married woman who drinks the cup to the last bitter drop. There you sit, Sophie, 50 years old, and life hasn't even touched you. You don't know how cruel life can be to a mother." Suddenly, "There!" said Adele. The other 3 in the room stood up and faced the door. The sound of a motor stopping outside, Daniel Oakley's hearty voice. "Well, it only took us 5 minutes from the station. Pretty good." Footsteps down the hall. Marion King stood in the doorway. They faced her, the 4, Baldwin and Adele and Flora and Sophie. Marion King stood for a moment, uncertainly, her eyes upon them. She looked at the 2 older women with swift, appraising glances. Then she came into the room quickly and put her 2 hands on Soph's shoulders and looked into her eyes, straight and sure. "You must be a very proud woman," she said. "You ought to be a very proud woman." End of The Maternal Feminine by Edna Ferber. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Mozart's Violin, from Les Notes Futile, by an unknown author. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Wayne Cook. About 40 years ago, a poor dealer in knickknacks and bric-a-brac named Rutler took up his abode at the upper extremity of the Faubourg St. Joseph in Vienna. The scanty profits of his little trade but ill sufficed for the support of a young wife and 14 children, the oldest of whom was but 16 years of age. Rutler, however, notwithstanding the discouraging position of his affairs, was kind-hearted, ever ready to serve his friends, and the needy traveler was never known to quit his door without the benefit of his advice or his charity. An individual whose serious deportment and benevolent expression of countenance were calculated to inspire respect and interest, passed regularly every day before the door of Rutler's shop. The individual in question was evidently struggling against the influence of a desperate malady. Nature seemed no longer to have any charms in his eyes. A languid smile would, however, play around his discolored lips as Rutler's children each morning saluted him on his passage, or heedlessly pursued him with their infant gambols. On such occasions his eyes were raised to heaven, and seemed in silence to implore for the young innocents an existence happier than his. Rutler, who had remarked the stranger, and who seized every occasion to be of service, had obtained the privilege of offering him a seat every morning on his return from his usual walk. The stranger frankly accepted the proffered civility, and Rutler's children often warmly disputed with each other the prerogative of setting the humble stool before their father's guest. One day the stranger returned from his walk rather earlier than usual. Rutler's children accosted him with smiles. "Sir," said they, "Mamma has this night given us a pretty new sister." Upon this the stranger, leaning on the arm of the eldest child, presented himself in Rutler's shop, and kindly asked after his wife. Rutler, who was going out, confirmed his children's prattle, and after thanking his guest for his inquiries, "Yes, sir," said he, "this is the 15th that Providence has sent us." "Worthy man," cried the stranger, in a tone of anxiety and sympathy, "and yet a scanty portion of the treasure showered on the courtiers of Schönbrunn lights not on your humble dwelling. Age of iron, when talent, virtue, honor are admired only when the tomb closes on them forever. But," he added, "have you a godfather for your infant?" "Alas, sir, the poor man with difficulty finds a sponsor for his child. For my other children I have usually claimed the good offices of some chance passer or neighbor as poor as myself." "Call her Gabrielle. Here are 100 florins for the christening feast, to which I invite myself, and by taking charge of which you will oblige me." Rutler hesitated. "Come, come," said the stranger, "take them. When you know me better, you will see that I am unworthy to share your sorrows. But you can render me a service. I perceive a violin in your shop. Bring it me here to this table. I have a sudden idea which I must commit to paper." Rutler hastily detached the violin from the peg to which it was suspended, and gave it to the stranger, whose skill drew from the instrument such extraordinary sounds that the street was soon filled with a crowd of inquisitive listeners. A number of personages of the highest distinction, recognizing the artist by his melody, stopped their carriages. The stranger, entirely engrossed by his composition, paid no attention to the crowd that surrounded Rutler's shop. When he had terminated, he thrust into his pocket the paper on which he had been writing, left his address with Rutler, and took leave of him, intimating that he should expect to receive due notice of the christening. 3 days elapsed, and the stranger returned no more. In vain Rutler's children placed the stool before their father's door. On the 3rd day several people, dressed in black, and their countenances impressed with the seal of woe, stopped before the humble seat, which they contemplated with sadness. Butler then determined to make some personal inquiries as to the fate of his former guest. He arrived at the house to which the stranger had addressed him. The door was hung with black. A coffin was illuminated with an immense quantity of wax lights. A crowd of artists, of grandees, of scientific and literary men deplored the fatal event that had taken place. For the first time the truth flashed across Butler's mind. He learned with astonishment that he whose funeral obsequies were on the point of celebration, his guest, his benefactor, the proposed godfather of his child, was Mozart. Mozart had exhaled his last melodious sigh at Butler's miserable threshold. Seated on the shapeless stool, he had composed his harmonious requiem, the last strain of Germany's expiring swan. Butler paid the last sad tribute of respect to one whom he had honored and revered without knowing him. Returning home, he was astonished to find his modest asylum invaded by the idle crowd, who often incense the shrine only when the deity has departed. The circumstances just detailed brought Butler's establishment into vogue, and enabled him to amass a competence and provide for his 15 children. Conformably to the wish expressed by Mozart, the youngest was named Gabriel, and the violin on which the great composer had played a few days before his death served as the marriage portion of his goddaughter when she had attained the age of 16. The same violin was afterwards sold for 4,000 florins. With the seat on which Mozart had sat, Butler never would consent to part, notwithstanding the tempting sums offered for it. The honest merchant resolved to keep it as a monument at once of his former poverty and of his present good fortune. End of Mozart's Violin, by unknown author.
The 19th Hat, by Arnold, Bennett. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. A dramatic moment was about to arrive in the joint career of Stephen Cheserdine and Vera, his wife. The motor car stood by the side of the pavement of the Strand, Torquay, that resort of southern wealth and fashion. The chauffeur, Felix, had gone into the automobile shop to procure petrol. Mr. Cheserdine, looking longer than ever in his long coat, was pacing the busy footpath. Mrs. Cheserdine, her beauty obscured behind a flowing brown veil, was lolling in the tonneau, very pleased to be in the tonneau, very pleased to be observed by all Torquay in the tonneau, very satisfied with her husband and with the Napier car, and especially with Felix, now buying petrol. Suddenly Mrs. Cheserdine perceived that next door but one to the automobile shop was a milliner's. She sat up and gazed. According to a card in the window, an after-season sale was in progress that June day at the milliner's. There were 2 rows of hats in the window, each hat plainly ticketed. Mrs. Cheserdine descended from the car, crossed the pavement, and gave to the window the whole of her attention. She sniffed at most of the hats, but one of them, of green straw, was a large, curving green wing on either side of the crown, and a few odd bits of fluffiness here and there pleased her. It was Parisian. She had been to Paris once. An after-season sale at a little shop in Torquay would not, perhaps, seem the most likely place in the world to obtain a chic hat. It is, moreover, a notorious fact that really chic hats cannot be got for less than £3, and this hat was marked 10 shillings. Nevertheless, hats are most mysterious things. Their quality of being chic is more often the fruit of chance than of design, particularly in England. You never know when nor where you might light on a good hat. Vera considered that she had lighted on one. "They're probably duck's feathers dyed," she said to herself, "but it's a darling of a hat, and will suit me to a T. As for a price, when once you've taken the ticket off a hat, the secret of its price is gone forever. Many a hat less smart than this hat has been marked in Bond Street at 10 guineas instead of 10 shillings. Hats are like oil paintings. They are worth what people will give for them. So Vera approached her husband, and with an enchanting, innocent smile, "Lend me half a sovereign, will you, doggy?" She called him doggy in those days because he was sort of a dog man, sort of a St. Bernard, shaggy and big, with faithful eyes, and he enjoyed being called doggy. But on this occasion he was not to be bewitched by the enchanting innocence of the smile, nor by the endearing epithet. He refused to relax his features. "You're going to buy another hat, aren't you?" he asked sternly, challengingly. The smile disappeared from her face, and she pulled her slim young self together. "Yes," she replied harshly. The battle was definitely engaged. You may inquire why a man financially capable of hiring a 20 to 24 horsepower Napier car with a French chauffeur named Felix for a week or more should grudge his wife 10 shillings for a hat. Well, you are to comprehend that it was not a question of 10 shillings. It was a question of principle. Vera already had 18 hats, and it had been clearly understood between them that no more money should be spent on attire for quite a long time. Vera was entirely in the wrong. She knew it, and he knew it. But she wanted just that hat. And they were on their honeymoon, you know, which enormously intensified the poignancy of the drama. They had been married only 6 days. In 3 days more they were to return to the Five Towns, where Stephen was solidly established as an earthenware manufacturer. You who have been through them are aware what ticklish things honeymoons are, and how much depends on the tactfulness of the more tactful of the two parties. Stephen, 13 years older than Vera, was the more tactful of the two parties. He had married a beautiful and elegant woman with vast capacities for love in her heart. But he had married a capricious woman, and he knew it. So far he had yielded to her caprices, as well became him. But in the depths of his masculine mind, he had his own private notion as to the identity of the person who should ultimately be master in their house, and he had decided only the previous night that when the next moment for being firm arrived, firm he would be. And now the moment was upon him. It was their eyes that fought, silently, bitterly. There is a great deal of bitterness in true love. Stephen perceived the affair broadly, in all its aspects. He was older and much more experienced than Vera, and therefore he was responsible for the domestic peace, and for her happiness, and for his own, and for appearances, and for various other things. He perceived the moral degradation that would be involved in an open quarrel during the honeymoon. He perceived the difficulties of a battle in the street, in so select and prim a street as the Strand, Torquay, where the very backbone of England's respectability goes shopping. He perceived Vera's vast ignorance of life. He perceived her charm and her naughtiness and all her defects. And he perceived, further, that this being the first conflict of their married existence, it was of the highest importance that he should emerge from it the victor. To allow Vera to triumph would gravely menace their future tranquillity and multiply the difficulties that her adorable capriciousness would surely cause. He could not afford to let her win. It was his duty, not merely to himself, but to her, to conquer. But on the other hand, he had never fully tested her powers of sheer obstinacy, her willingness to sacrifice everything for the satisfaction of a whim, and he feared these powers. He had a dim suspicion that Vera was one of that innumerable class of charming persons who are perfectly delicious and perfectly sweet as long as they have precisely their own way, and no longer. Vera perceived only two things. She perceived the hat, although her back was turned toward it, and she perceived the half-sovereign, though it was hidden in Stephen's pocket. "But, my dear," Stephen protested, "you know." "Will you lend me half a sovereign?" Vera repeated in a glacial tone. The madness of a desired hat had seized her. She was a changed Vera. She was not a loving woman, nor a duteous young wife, nor a reasoning creature. She was an embodied instinct for hats. "It was most distinctly agreed," Stephen murmured, restraining his anger. Just then Felix came out of the shop, followed by a procession of 3 men bearing cans of petrol. If Stephen was Napoleon and Vera Wellington, Felix was the Blücher of this deplorable altercation. Impossible to have a row, yes, a row, with your wife in the presence of your chauffeur, with his French ideas of chivalry. "Will you lend me half a sovereign?" Vera reiterated in the same glacial tone, not caring 2d for the presence of Felix. and Stephen, by means of an interminable silver chain, drew forth his sovereign case from the profundity of his hip pocket. It was like drawing a bucket out of a well, and he gave Vera half a sovereign, and that was like knotting the rope for his own execution. And while Felix and his 3 men poured gallons and gallons of petrol into a hole under the cushions of the tonneau, Stephen swallowed his wrath on the pavement, and Vera remained hidden in the shop. And the men were paid and went off, and Felix took his seat ready to start. And Vera then came out of the hat place, and the new green hat was on her head, and the old one in a bag in her pretty hands. "What do you think of my new hat, Felix?" she smiled to the favored chauffeur. "I hope it pleases you." Felix said that it did. In these days, chauffeurs are a great race and a privileged. They have usurped the position formerly held by military officers. Women fawn on them, take fancies to them, and spoil them. They can do no wrong in the eyes of the sex. Vera had taken a fancy to Felix. Perhaps it was because he had been in a cavalry regiment. Perhaps it was merely the curve of his mustache. Who knows? And Felix treated her as only a Frenchman can treat a pretty woman, with a sort of daring humility, with worship, in short, with true Gallic appreciation. It ravished her to think that she was the light of poor Felix's existence, an unattainable star for him. Of course, Stephen didn't mind. That is to say, he didn't really mind. The car rushed off in the direction of Exeter, homeward. That day, by means of Felix's expert illegal driving, they got as far as Bath, and there were no breakdowns. The domestic atmosphere in the tonneau was slightly disturbed at the beginning of the run, but it soon improved. Indeed, after lunch, Stephen grew positively bright and gay. At tea, which they took just outside Bristol, he actually went so far as to praise the hat. He said that it was a very becoming hat, and also that it was well worth the money. In a word, he signified to Vera that their first battle had been fought, and that Vera had won, and that he meant to make the best of it and to accept the situation. Vera was naturally charmed, and when she was charmed, she was charming. She said to herself that she had always known that she could manage a man. The recipe for managing a man was firmness, coupled with charm. But there must be no half measures, no hesitations. She had conquered. She saw her future life stretching out before her like a beautiful vista. And Stephen was to be her slave, and she would have nothing to do but give rein to her caprices, and charm Stephen when he happened to deserve it. But the next morning the hat had vanished out of the bedroom of the exclusive hotel at Bath. Vera could not believe that it had vanished, but it had. It was not in the hat box, nor on the couch, nor under the couch, nor perched on a knob of the bedstead, nor in any of the spots where it ought to have been. When she realized that, as a fact, it had vanished, she was cross. On an inquiring from Stephen what trick he had played with her hat, she succeeded in conveying to Stephen that she was cross. Stephen was still in bed, comatose. The tone of his replies startled her. "Look here, child," he said, or rather snapped. He had never been snappish before. "Since you took the confounded thing off last evening, I haven't seen it, and I haven't touched it, and I don't know where it is. But you must—" "I gave in to you about the hat," Stephen continued to snap, "though I knew I was a fool to do so, and I consider I behaved pretty pleasantly over it, too. But I don't want any more scenes. If you've lost it, that's not my fault." Such speeches took Vera very much aback, and she, too, in her turn, now saw the dangers of a quarrel, and in this second altercation it was Stephen who won. He said he would not even mention the disappearance of the hat to the hotel manager. He was sure it must be in one of Vera's trunks. And in the end, Vera performed the day's trip in another hat. They reached the Five Towns much earlier than they had anticipated, before lunch on the 9th day, whereas the new servants in their new house at Bursley were only expecting them for dinner. So Stephen had the agreeable idea of stopping the car in front of the new Hotel Metropole at Hanbridge and lunching there. Precisely opposite this new and luxurious caravanserai, as they love to call it in the Five Towns, is the imposing garage and agency where Stephen had hired the Napier car. Felix said he would lunch hurriedly in order to transact certain business at the garage before taking them on to Bursley. After lunch, however, Vera caught him transacting business with a chambermaid in a corridor. Shocking though the revelation is, it needs to be said that Felix was kissing the chambermaid. The blow to Mrs. Cheserdine was severe. She had imagined that Felix spent all his time in gazing up to her as an unattainable star. She spoke to Stephen about it in the accents of disillusion. "What?" cried Stephen. "Don't you know? They're engaged to be married. Her name is Mary Callier. She used to be parlor maid at Uncle John's at Oldcastle, but hotels pay higher wages. Felix engaged to a parlor maid. Felix, who had always seemed to Vera a gentleman in disguise. Yes, it was indeed a blow. But balm awaited Vera at her new home in Bursley. A parcel, obviously containing a cardboard box, had arrived for Stephen. He opened it, and the lost hat was inside it. Stephen read a note and explained that the hotel people at Bath had found it and forwarded it. He began to praise the hat anew. He made Vera put it on instantly and seemed delighted. So much so that Vera went out to the porch to say goodbye to Felix in a most forgiving frame of mind. She forgave Felix for being engaged to the chambermaid. And there was the chambermaid walking up the drive, quite calmly. Felix, also calmly, asked Vera to excuse him, and told the chambermaid to get into the car and sit beside him. He then informed Vera that he had to go with the car immediately to Oldcastle, and was taking Miss Callier with him for the run, this being Miss Callier's weekly afternoon off. Miss Callier had come to Bursley in the electric tram. Vera shook with swift anger, not at Felix's information, but at the patent fact that Mary Callier was wearing a hat that was the exact replica of the hat on Vera's own head, and Mary Callier was seated like a duchess in the car, while Vera stood on the gravel. And two of Vera's new servants were there to see that Vera was wearing a hat precisely like the hat of a chambermaid. She went abruptly into the house and sought for Stephen as with a sword. But Stephen was not discoverable. She ran to her elegant new bedroom and shut herself in. She understood the plot. She had plenty of wit. Stephen had concerted it with Felix. In spite of Stephen's allegations of innocence, the hat had been sent somewhere, probably to Brunt's at Hanbridge, to be copied at express speed, and Stephen had presented the copy to Felix, in order that Felix might present it to Mary Callier, the chambermaid, and the meeting in the front garden had been deliberately arranged by that odious male, Stephen. Truly, she had not believed Stephen capable of such duplicity and cruelty. She removed the hat, gazed at it, and then tore it to pieces and scattered the pieces on the carpet. An hour later, Stephen crept into the bedroom and beheld the fragments and smiled. "Stephen," she exclaimed, "you're a horrid, cruel brute." "I know I am," said Stephen. "You ought to have found that out long since." "I won't love you any more. It's all over," she sobbed. But he just kissed her. End of The 19th Hat by Arnold Bennett. Recording by Colleen McMahon.
Silverspot, The Story of a Crow, from Wild Animals I Have Known, by Ernest Thompson Seton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Silverspot, The Story of a Crow. How many of us have ever got to know a wild animal? I do not mean merely to meet with one once or twice, or to have one in a cage, but to really know it for a long time while it is wild, and to get an insight into its life and history. The trouble usually is to know one creature from his fellow. One fox or crow is so much like another that we cannot be sure that it really is the same next time we meet. But once in a while there arises an animal who is stronger or wiser than his fellow, who becomes a great leader, who is, as we would say, a genius. And if he is bigger, or has some mark by which men can know him, he soon becomes famous in his country, and shows us that the life of a wild animal may be far more interesting and exciting than that of many human beings. Of this class were Courtin, the bob-tailed wolf that terrorized the whole city of Paris for about 10 years in the beginning of the 14th century; Clubfoot, the lame grizzly bear that left such a terrific record in the San Joaquin Valley of California; Lobo, the king wolf of New Mexico, that killed a cow every day for 5 years; and the Seoni panther that in less than 2 years killed nearly 300 human beings. And such also was Silverspot, whose history, so far as I could learn it, I shall now briefly tell. Silverspot was simply a wise old crow. His name was given because of the silvery white spot that was like a nickel stuck on his right side between the eye and the bill. and it was owing to this spot that I was able to know him from the other crows, and put together the parts of his history that came to my knowledge. Crows are, as you must know, our most intelligent birds. Wise as an old crow did not become a saying without good reason. Crows know the value of organization and are as well drilled as soldiers. Very much better than some soldiers, in fact, for crows are always on duty, always at war, and always dependent on each other for life and safety. Their leaders not only are the oldest and wisest of the band, but also the strongest and bravest, for they must be ready at any time with sheer force to put down an upstart or a rebel. The rank and file are the youngsters and the crows without special gifts. Old Silverspot was the leader of a large band of crows that made their headquarters near Toronto, Canada, in Castle Frank, which is a pine-clad hill on the northeast edge of the city. This band numbered about 200, and for reasons that I never understood, did not increase. In mild winters they stayed along the Niagara River. In cold winters they went much further south. But each year in the last week of February old Silverspot would muster his followers and boldly cross the 40 miles of open water that lies between Toronto and Niagara. Not, however, in a straight line would he go, but always in a curve to the west, whereby he kept in sight of the familiar landmark of Dundas Mountain until the pine-clad hill itself came into view. Each year he came with his troop, and for about 6 weeks took up his abode on the hill. Each morning thereafter the crows set out in 3 bands to forage. One band went southeast to Ashbridge's Bay. One went north up the Don, and one, the largest, went northwestward up the ravine. The last Silverspot led in person. Who led the others I never found out. On calm mornings they flew high and straight away, but when it was windy the band flew low and followed the ravine for shelter. My windows overlooked the ravine, and it was thus that in 1885 I first noticed this old crow. I was a newcomer in the neighborhood, but an old resident said to me then that their old crow has been a-flyin' up and down this ravine for more than 20 years. My chances to watch were in the ravine, and Silverspot doggedly clinging to the old route, though now it was edged with houses and spanned by bridges, became a very familiar acquaintance. Twice each day, in March and part of April, then again in the late summer and the fall, he passed and repassed, and gave me chances to see his movements, and hear his orders to his bands, and so, little by little, opened my eyes to the fact that the crows, though a little people, are of great wit, a race of birds with a language and a social system that is wonderfully human in many of its chief points, and in some is better carried out than our own. One windy day I stood on the high bridge across the ravine as the old crow, heading his long straggling troop, came flying down homeward. Half a mile away I could hear the contented, "All's well, come right along," as we should say, or as he put it, and as also his lieutenant echoed it at the rear of the band. They were flying very low to be out of the wind, and would have to rise a little to clear the bridge on which I was. Silverspot saw me standing there, and as I was closely watching him, he didn't like it. He checked his flight and called out, "Be on your guard," and rose much higher in the air. Then, seeing that I was not armed, he flew over my head about 20 feet, and his followers in turn did the same, dipping again to the old level when past the bridge. Next day I was at the same place, and as the crows came near I raised my walking stick and pointed it at them. The old fellow at once cried out, "Danger!" and rose 50 feet higher than before. Seeing that it was not a gun, he ventured to fly over. But on the 3rd day I took with me a gun, and at once he cried out, "Great danger! A gun!" His lieutenant repeated the cry, and every crow in the troop began to tower and scatter from the rest, till they were far above gunshot, and so passed safely over, coming down again to the shelter of the valley when well beyond reach. Another time, as the long straggling troop came down the valley, a red-tailed hawk alighted on a tree close by their intended route. The leader cried out, "Hawk! Hawk!" and stayed his flight, as did each crow on nearing him, until all were massed in a solid body. Then, no longer fearing the hawk, they passed on. But a quarter of a mile farther on, a man with a gun appeared below, and the cry, "Great danger! A gun! A gun! Scatter for your lives!" at once caused them to scatter widely and tower till far beyond range. Many other of his words of command I learned in the course of my long acquaintance, and found that sometimes a very little difference in the sound makes a very great difference in meaning. Thus, while number 5 means hawk, or any large dangerous bird, this means wheel around, evidently a combination of number 5, whose root idea is danger, and of number 4, whose root idea is retreat. And this again is a mere good day to a faraway comrade. This is usually addressed to the ranks and means attention. Early in April there began to be great doings among the crows. Some new cause of excitement seemed to have come on them. They spent half the day among the pines instead of foraging from dawn till dark. Pairs and trios might be seen chasing each other, and from time to time they showed off in various feats of flight. A favorite sport was to dart down suddenly from a great height toward some perching crow, and just before touching it to turn at a hairbreadth and rebound in the air so fast that the wings of the swooper whirred with a sound like distant thunder. Sometimes one crow would lower his head, raise every feather, and coming close to another, would gurgle out a long note. What did it all mean? I soon learned. They were making love and pairing off. The males were showing off their wing powers and their voices to the lady crows. And they must have been highly appreciated, for by the middle of April all had mated and had scattered over the country for their honeymoon, leaving the somber old pines of Castle Frank deserted and silent. 2. The Sugarloaf Hill stands alone in the Don Valley. It is still covered with woods that join with those of Castle Frank. A quarter of a mile off in the woods between the two hills is a pine tree in whose top is a deserted hawk's nest. Every Toronto schoolboy knows the nest, and excepting that I had once shot a black squirrel on its edge, no one had ever seen a sign of life about it. There it was year after year, ragged and old, and falling to pieces. Yet, strange to tell, in all that time it never did drop to pieces like other old nests. One morning in May I was out at gray dawn and stealing gently through the woods, whose dead leaves were so wet that no rustle was made. I chanced to pass under the old nest and was surprised to see a black tail sticking over the edge. I struck the tree a smart blow. Off flew a crow, and the secret was out. I had long suspected that a pair of crows nested each year about the pines, but now I realized that it was Silverspot and his wife. The old nest was theirs, and they were too wise to give it an air of spring cleaning and housekeeping each year. Here they had nested for long, though guns in the hands of men and boys hungry to shoot crows were carried under their home every day. I never surprised the old fellow again, though I several times saw him through my telescope. One day while watching, I saw a crow crossing the Don Valley with something white in his beak. He flew to the mouth of the Rosedale Brook, then took a short flight to the Beaver Elm. There he dropped the white object, and looking about gave me a chance to recognize my old friend Silverspot. After a minute he picked up the white thing, a shell, and walked over past the spring, and here, among the docks and the skunk cabbages, he unearthed a pile of shells and other white, shiny things. He spread them out in the sun, turned them over, turned them one by one in his beak, dropped them, nestled on them as though they were eggs, toyed with them and gloated over them like a miser. This was his hobby, his weakness. He could not have explained why he enjoyed them, any more than a boy can explain why he collects postage stamps, or a girl why she prefers pearls to rubies. But his pleasure in them was very real, and after half an hour he covered them all, including the new one, with earth and leaves, and flew off. I went at once to the spot and examined the hoard. There was about a hatful in all, chiefly white pebbles, clam shells, and some bits of tin, but there was also the handle of a china cup, which must have been the gem of the collection. That was the last time I saw them. Silverspot knew that I had found his treasures, and he removed them at once. Where, I never knew. During the space that I watched him so closely, he had many little adventures and escapes. He was once severely handled by a sparrowhawk, and often he was chased and worried by kingbirds. Not that these did him much harm, but they were such noisy pests that he avoided their company as quickly as possible, just as a grown man avoids a conflict with a noisy and impudent small boy. He had some cruel tricks, too. He had a way of going the round of the small birds' nests each morning to eat the new-laid eggs, as regularly as a doctor visiting his patients. But we must not judge him for that, as it is just what we ourselves do to the hens in the barnyard. His quickness of wit was often shown. One day I saw him flying down the ravine with a large piece of bread in his bill. The stream below him was at this time being bricked over as a sewer. There was one part of 200 yards quite finished, and as he flew over the open water just above this, the bread fell from his bill and was swept by the current out of sight into the tunnel. He flew down and peered vainly into the dark cavern. Then, acting upon a happy thought, he flew to the downstream end of the tunnel, and awaiting the reappearance of the floating bread, as it was swept onward by the current, he seized it and bore it off in triumph. Silverspot was a crow of the world. He was truly a successful crow. He lived in a region that, though full of dangers, abounded with food. In the old unrepaired nest he raised a brood each year with his wife, whom, by the way, I never could distinguish, and when the crows again gathered together he was their acknowledged chief. The reassembling takes place about the end of June. The young crows with their bobtails, soft wings, and falsetto voices are brought by their parents, whom they nearly equal in size, and introduced to society at the old pine woods, a woods that is at once their fortress and college. Here they find security in numbers and in lofty yet sheltered perches, and here they begin their schooling and are taught all the secrets of success in crow life. And in crow life the least failure does not simply mean begin again. It means death. The first week or two after their arrival is spent by the young ones in getting acquainted, for each crow must know personally all the others in the band. Their parents, meanwhile, have time to rest a little after the work of raising them, for now the youngsters are able to feed themselves and roost on a branch in a row, just like big folks. In a week or two the molting season comes. At this time the old crows are usually irritable and nervous, but it does not stop them from beginning to drill the youngsters, who, of course, do not much enjoy the punishment and nagging they get so soon after they have been mamma's own darlings. But it is all for their good, as the old lady said when she skinned the eels, and old Silverspot is an excellent teacher. Sometimes he seems to make a speech to them. What he says I cannot guess, but judging by the way they receive it, it must be extremely witty. Each morning there is a company drill, for the young ones naturally drop into 2 or 3 squads, according to their age and strength. The rest of the day they forage with their parents. When at length September comes, we find a great change. The rabble of silly little crows have begun to learn sense. The delicate blue iris of their eyes, the sign of a fool crow, has given place to the dark brown eye of the old stager. They know their drill now and have learned sentry duty. They have been taught guns and traps, and taken a special course in wireworms and green corn. They know that a fat old farmer's wife is much less dangerous, though so much larger, than her 15-year-old son, and they can tell the boy from his sister. They know that an umbrella is not a gun, and they can count up to 6, which is fair for young crows, though Silverspot can go up nearly to 30. They know the smell of gunpowder and the south side of a hemlock tree, and begin to plume themselves upon being crows of the world. They always fold their wings 3 times after alighting to be sure that it is neatly done. They know how to worry a fox into giving up half his dinner, and also that when the kingbird or the purple martin assails them, they must dash into a bush, for it is as impossible to fight the little pests as it is for the fat apple woman to catch the small boys who have raided her basket. All these things do the young crows know, but they have taken no lessons in egg hunting yet, for it is not the season. They are unacquainted with clams, and have never tasted horses' eyes or seen sprouted corn, and they don't know a thing about travel, the greatest educator of all. They did not think of that 2 months ago, and since then they have thought of it, but have learned to wait till their betters are ready. September sees a great change in the old crows, too. Their molting is over. They are now in full feather again, and proud of their handsome coats. Their health is again good, and with it their tempers are improved. Even old Silverspot, the strict teacher, becomes quite jolly, and the youngsters, who have long ago learned to respect him, begin really to love him. He has hammered away at drill, teaching them all the signals and words of command in use, and now it is a pleasure to see them in the early morning. "Company 1!" the old chieftain would cry in Crow, and Company 1 would answer with a great clamor. "Fly!" and himself leading them, they would all fly straight forward. "Mount!" and straight upward they turned in a moment. "Bunch!" and they all massed into a dense black flock. "Scatter!" and they spread out like leaves before the wind. "Form line!" and they strung out into the long line of ordinary flight. "Descend!" and they all dropped nearly to the ground. "Forage!" and they alighted and scattered about to feed, while 2 of the permanent sentries mounted duty, one on a tree to the right, the other on a mound to the far left. A minute or 2 later Silverspot would cry out, "A man with a gun!" The sentries repeated the cry, and the company flew at once in open order as quickly as possible toward the trees. Once behind these, they formed line again in safety, and returned to the home pines. Sentry duty is not taken in turn by all the crows, but a certain number whose watchfulness has been often proved are the perpetual sentries, and are expected to watch and forage at the same time. Rather hard on them, it seems to us, but it works well, and the crow organization is admitted by all birds to be the very best in existence. Finally, each November sees the troops sail away southward to learn new modes of life, new landmarks, and new kinds of food under the guidance of the ever-wise Silverspot. 3. There is only one time when a crow is a fool, and that is at night. There is only one bird that terrifies the crow, and that is the owl. When, therefore, these come together, it is a woeful thing for the sable birds. The distant hoot of an owl after dark is enough to make them withdraw their heads from under their wings and sit trembling and miserable till morning. In very cold weather, the exposure of their faces thus has often resulted in a crow having one or both of his eyes frozen, so that blindness followed, and therefore death. There are no hospitals for sick crows. But with the morning their courage comes again, and arousing themselves they ransack the woods for a mile around till they find that owl, and if they do not kill him they at least worry him half to death and drive him 20 miles away. In 1893 the crows had come as usual to Castle Frank. I was walking in these woods a few days afterward when I chanced upon the track of a rabbit that had been running at full speed over the snow and dodging about among the trees as though pursued. Strange to tell, I could see no track of the pursuer. I followed the trail and presently saw a drop of blood on the snow, and a little farther on found the partly devoured remains of a little brown bunny. What had killed him was a mystery until a careful search showed in the snow a great double-toed track and a beautifully penciled brown feather. Then all was clear. A horned owl! Half an hour later, in passing again by the place, there in a tree, within 10 feet of the bones of his victim, was the fierce-eyed owl himself. The murderer still hung about the scene of his crime. For once circumstantial evidence had not lied. At my approach he gave a guttural grrroo and flew off with low flagging flight to haunt the distant somber woods. 2 days afterward, at dawn, there was a great uproar among the crows. I went out early to see, and found some black feathers drifting over the snow. I followed up the wind in the direction from which they came, and soon saw the bloody remains of a crow and the great double-toed track, which again told me that the murderer was the owl. All around were signs of the struggle, but the felled destroyer was too strong. The poor crow had been dragged from his perch at night, when the darkness had put him at a hopeless disadvantage. I turned over the remains, and by chance unburied the head, then startled with an exclamation of sorrow. Alas! It was the head of old Silverspot. His long life of usefulness to his tribe was over, slain at last by the owl that he had taught so many hundreds of young crows to beware of. The old nest on the Sugarloaf is abandoned now. The crows still come in springtime to Castle Frank, but without their famous leader their numbers are dwindling, and soon they will be seen no more about the old pine grove in which they and their forefathers had lived and learned for ages. End of Silverspot, The Story of a Crow, from Wild Animals I Have Known, by Ernest Thompson Seton.
The Soul of a Dog, by Colette. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Soul of a Dog. On arriving in Paris, the sergeant on leave found his mistress not at home, but he was all the same received with cries, tremblings of surprise and joy, embraces wet with kisses. Verace, her shepherd dog, the dog which he had confided to his young friend, enveloped him like a flame, and licked him with a tongue paled by emotion. The chambermaid, however, made as much noise as the dog, crying, "What ill fortune! Madame is only at Marlotte for 2 days, to close her home there. Madame's tenants have just gone. Madame is making an inventory of the furnishings. Happily, it is not at the end of the world. Monsieur will write me a dispatch for Madame? If it is sent immediately, Madame will be here tomorrow morning before breakfast. Monsieur must sleep here. Does Monsieur wish me to light the bath heater?" "But I bathed at home, Lucy. A soldier on leave always bathes." He eyed in the glass his image, blue and red, the color of the Breton granite. The dog stood near him in devoted silence, trembling all over. He laughed to see her so like to himself, gray, blue, and crabbed. "Verace!" She raised to her master a look of love, and the sergeant was moved, thinking suddenly of his mistress, Jeanine, very young and very gay, a little too young, often too gay. They dined, the man and the dog, the latter faithful to the rules of their former life together, snapping up the bread, barking at command, so thoroughly trained that the hour of her master's return abolished for her months of absence. "You have missed me," he said softly. "Yes, you also." He was smoking now, half extended on the divan. The dog, lying like the greyhounds sculptured on tombs, pretended to sleep, and did not move her ears. Only her eyebrows, stirring at the least noise, betrayed her vigilance. The silence stupefied the overtired man, and his hand which held the cigarette slid along the cushion, scorching the silk. He aroused himself, opened a book, looked over several new knickknacks, a photograph which he did not know, Jeanine in a short skirt with bare arms in the country. An amateur snapshot. She is charming. On the back of the unmounted proof he read, June 5th, 1916. Where was I the 5th of June? Down here at Arras, 5th of June. I don't know the writing. He seated himself and was overcome by a sleep which banished all thought. 10 o'clock struck. He smiled once more at the solemn rich sound of the little clock, which had, Jeanine said, a voice bigger than its body. 10 o'clock sounded, and the dog arose. "Hush," said the drowsy sergeant. "Lie down." But Verace did not lie down again. She sneezed and stretched out her paws, which is equivalent for a dog to putting on one's hat to go out. She approached her master, and her yellow eyes asked clearly, "Well?" "Well," he replied, "what is the matter with you?" She dropped her ears while he spoke, out of respect, then raised them again. "Oh," sighed the sergeant, "you are a nuisance. Are you thirsty? Do you want to go out?" At the words "go out," Verace laughed and began to pant softly, showing her beautiful teeth and the fleshy petal of her tongue. "Come then, we will go out, but not for long. I am dying of sleep, you know." In the street, Verace, intoxicated, barked with the voice of a wolf, jumped as high as her master's neck, charged a cat, and ran in a circle like a Belt Line railroad. Her master scolded her tenderly, and she showed off for him. Finally, she regained seriousness, and walked quietly. The sergeant enjoyed the warm night, and followed the dog, murmuring 2 or 3 lazy thoughts. "I shall see Jeanine tomorrow morning. I am going to sleep in a real bed. I have 7 days still to spend here." He saw that his dog, in advance of him, was waiting for him under a gas jet, with the same air of impatience as before. Her eyes, her wagging tail, and all her body questioned, "Well, are you coming?" He rejoined her. She turned a corner at a little resolute trot. Then he understood that she was going somewhere. "Perhaps," he said to himself, "the chambermaid is in the habit of— or Jeanine." He stopped a moment, then moved on again, following the dog, without observing that he had ceased, all at once, to be tired, to be sleepy, and to feel happy. He hastened his steps, and the joyful dog preceded him like a good guide. "Go on," commanded the sergeant from time to time. He looked at the name of the street, then started on again. No passers-by, little light, pavilions, gardens. The excited dog came to play with his swinging hand, and he nearly struck her, feeling a savageness which he could not account for. Finally she stopped. "Here we are." Before an old rickety gate, which guarded the little garden of a small, well-built house, covered with vines, a shy little house and hidden. "Well, open it," said the dog, camped before the little wooden door. The sergeant raised his hand toward the latch and let it fall again. He leaned toward the dog, showed her with his finger a thread of light between the closed curtains, and asked her softly, "Who is there, Jeanine?" The dog uttered a sharp "Hi!" and barked. "Hush!" whispered the sergeant, closing with his hands the fresh, wet jaws. He extended once more a hesitating arm toward the door, and the dog jumped. But he held her back by the collar and dragged her to another path, from which he contemplated the unknown house, the thread of rosy light. He seated himself on the path beside the dog. He had not yet realized the pictures nor the thoughts which sprung up about a possible treason, but he felt himself singularly alone and weak. "Do you love me?" he murmured in the ear of the dog. She licked his cheek. "Come, we will go away." They departed, he in front this time, and when they were again in the little salon, she saw that he put back his linen and his slippers into the bag she knew so well. Respectful, but despairing, she followed all his movements, and tears the color of gold trembled over her yellow eyes. He put his arm about her neck to reassure her. "You shall go also. You shall not leave me any more. You might not be able the next time to tell me what remains to know. Perhaps I am mistaken. Perhaps I have not understood you. But you must not stay here. Your soul is not made for other secrets than mine." And while the dog trembled, still uncertain, he took her head between his hands, saying very softly, "Your soul, your dog's soul, your beautiful soul." End of The Soul of a Dog by Colette.
The Story of an Hour by Kate Chopin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Patterson. Knowing that Mrs. Mallard was afflicted with a heart trouble, great care was taken to break to her as gently as possible the news of her husband's death. It was her sister Josephine who told her. In broken sentences, veiled hints that revealed in half-concealing, her husband's friend Richards was there, too, near her. It was he who had been in the newspaper office when intelligence of the railroad disaster was received, with Brentley Mallard's name leading the list of killed. He had only taken the time to assure himself of its truth by a second telegram, and had hastened to forestall any less careful, less tender friend in bearing the sad message. She did not hear the story as many women have heard the same, with a paralyzed inability to accept its significance. She wept at once, with sudden, wild abandonment, in her sister's arms. When the storm of grief had spent itself, she went away to her room alone. She would have no one follow her. There stood facing the open window a comfortable, roomy armchair. Into this she sank, pressed down by a physical exhaustion that haunted her body and seemed to reach into her soul. She could see into the open square before her house the tops of trees that were all aquiver with the new spring life. The delicious breath of rain was in the air. In the street below, a peddler was crying his wares. The notes of a distant song which someone was singing reached her faintly, and countless sparrows were twittering in the eaves. There were patches of blue sky showing here and there through the clouds that had met and piled one above the other in the west facing her window. She sat with her head thrown back upon the cushion of her chair, quite motionless, except when a sob came up into her throat and shook her, as a child who has cried itself to sleep continues to sob in its dreams. She was young, with a fair, calm face, whose lines bespoke repression and even a certain strength. But now there was a dull stare in her eyes, whose gaze was fixed away off yonder on one of those patches of blue sky. It was not a glance of reflection, but rather indicated a suspension of intelligent thought. There was something coming to her, and she was waiting for it, fearfully. What was it? She did not know. It was too subtle and elusive to name, but she felt it creeping out of the sky, reaching toward her through the sounds, the scents, the color that filled the air. Now her bosom rose and fell tumultuously. She was beginning to recognize this thing that was approaching to possess her, and she was striving to beat it back with her will, as powerless as her two white, slender hands would have been. When she abandoned herself, a little whispered word escaped her slightly parted lips. She said it over and over under her breath. Free, free, free. The vacant stare and the look of terror that had followed it went from her eyes. They stayed keen and bright. Her pulses beat fast, and the coursing blood warmed and relaxed every inch of her body. She did not stop to ask if it were or were not a monstrous joy that held her. A clear and exalted perception enabled her to dismiss the suggestion as trivial. She knew that she would weep again when she saw the kind, tender hands folded in death, the face that had never looked save with love upon her, fixed and gray and dead. But she saw beyond that bitter moment a long procession of years to come that would belong to her absolutely. And she opened and spread her arms out to them in welcome. There would be no one to live for her during those coming years. She would live for herself. There would be no powerful will bending hers in that blind persistence with which men and women believe they have a right to impose a private will upon a fellow creature. A kind intention or cruel intention made the act seem no less a crime as she looked upon it in that brief moment of illumination. And yet she had loved him. Sometimes. Often she had not. What did it matter? What could love, the unsolved mystery, count for in the face of this possession of self-assertion which she suddenly recognized as the strongest impulse of her being? Free. Body and soul free. She kept whispering. Josephine was kneeling before the closed door with her lips to the keyhole, imploring for admission. "Louise, open the door. I beg, open the door. You will make yourself ill. What are you doing, Louise? For heaven's sake, open the door." "Go away. I am not making myself ill." No, she was drinking in a very elixir of life through that open window. Her fancy was running riot along those days ahead of her. Spring days and summer days and all sorts of days that would be her own. She breathed a quick prayer that life might be long. It was only yesterday she had thought with a shudder that life might be long. She arose at length and opened the door to her sister's importunities. There was a fervorish triumph in her eyes, and she carried herself unwittingly like a goddess of victory. She clasped her sister's waist, and together they descended the stairs. Richard stood waiting for them at the bottom. Someone was opening the front door with a latchkey. It was Bentley Mallard who entered, a little travel-stained, composedly, carrying his grip-sack and umbrella. He had been far from the scene of the accident, and did not even know there had been one. He stood amazed at Josephine's piercing cry, at Richard's quick motion to screen him from the view of his wife. But Richard's was too late. When the doctors came, they said she had died of heart disease, of joy that kills. End of The Story of an Hour. Recording by Mary Patterson.
The Treasure in the Strongbox by George Ade. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. The Treasure in the Strongbox by George Ade. Once there was a hireling at the tail end of the payroll who longed to get a chunk of money so that he could own a house and pick out his own wallpaper. He read an ad in a religious weekly. It said to hurry and get a slice of Balkan Mining Company because on July 1st the price would be whooping from $1 a share to $2.75. The Guggenheims wanted it, but the directors preferred to slip it to the American people. The property was right up against some other properties so rich that the workmen engaged in lifting out the precious metals had to wear goggles to keep from being blinded. The man fell for it. He rushed to the savings bank and drew his wad and sent it to a man with several chins, who had to sit at a desk for nearly an hour each day taking money out of envelopes. The stockholder received the certificates. It had at the top an engraving of a lady spilling golden nuggets out of a cornucopia, and below was a seal and the signatures of all the officers of the company. Anyone standing off 10 feet from this certificate couldn't have told it from a 1915 bond of the Pennsylvania Company. Each week the stockholder found in his mail a report from an expert in charge of shaft number 13 in the Skiddikidoo fields, showing that the assay ran $42.16, and the main lateral had been opened as far as the mezzanine drift, which meant that the dollar shares would be selling around $85 before the holidays. Whereupon he would pinch out some of the money about to be frittered away on dresses, goods, and cereals, and send it to J. Etherington Cuticle, promoter, who was thus enabled to have a new collar put on his fur coat. In the course of time, the incipient Monte Cristo had a bale of certificates. He could borrow a pencil and figure out in a few minutes that when the stock went to par, as per prospectus, he would land a few feet behind Hetty Green and somewhere in advance of the First National Bank. While he was waiting for Dame Fortune with a sheet wrapped around her to begin rolling it out of the cornucopia as advertised on the one-sheets, he inadvertently up and died. The administrator and the brother-in-law went over the stuff at the safety deposit. They checked all the items from the outlawed note down to the delinquent tax notice, and then advised the widow to pick out a nice, lucrative position in a hand laundry. 2 years passed. The family was now living in comfort. Down in a bureau drawer, with the dance programs and the high school diplomas, reposed the stock certificates of the Balkan Gold and Silver Mining and Development Company, Inc. The widow had been tempted to use them on the shelves, but every time she looked at the lithio of the benevolent female dumping the $20 gold pieces out of the cornucopia, and saw the seal, and alongside of it the majestic signature of J. Etherington Cuticle, and noted that the total face value was $80,000, she would replace the elastic and decide to wait. One day a soft-spoken gentleman met her as she returned from her daily toils, and said that a syndicate was about to take over all the holdings of the Bulkington G and S, M and D Company, Inc., and stood ready to purchase her stock. With trembling hands she undid the bundle. It took a long time to make the count, but when he got it all straightened out and figured up, he looked her straight in the eye and said, "It comes out to $1.82. Moral: fiction is stranger than truth. The end of The Treasure in the Storage Box by George Ade.
My Uncle Jules by Guy de Maupassant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andrew Gauntz. My Uncle Jules. A white-haired old man begged us for alms. My companion, Joseph de Vranche, gave him 5 francs. Noticing my surprised look, he said, "That poor unfortunate reminds me of a story which I shall tell you, the memory of which continually pursues me. Here it is. My family, which came originally from Havre, was not rich. We just managed to make both ends meet. My father worked hard, came home late from the office, and earned very little. I had 2 sisters. My mother suffered a good deal from our reduced circumstances, and she often had harsh words for her husband, veiled and sly reproaches. The poor man then made a gesture which used to distress me. He would pass his open hand over his forehead, as if to wipe away perspiration which did not exist, and he would answer nothing. I felt his helpless suffering. We economized on everything, and never would accept an invitation to dinner, so as not to have to return the courtesy. All our provisions were bought at bargain sales. My sisters made their own gowns, and long discussions would arise on the price of a piece of braid worth 15 centimes a yard. Our meals usually consisted of soup and beef, prepared with every kind of sauce. They say it is wholesome and nourishing, but I should have preferred a change. I used to go through terrible scenes on account of lost buttons and torn trousers. Every Sunday, dressed in our best, we would take our walk along the breakwater. My father, in a frock coat, high hat, and kid gloves, would offer his arm to my mother, decked out and beribboned like a ship on holiday. My sisters, who were always ready first, would await the signal for leaving, but at the last minute someone always found a spot on my father's frock coat, and it had to be wiped away quickly with a rag moistened with benzine. My father, in his shirt-sleeves, his silk hat on his head, would await the completion of the operation, while my mother, putting on her spectacles and taking off her gloves in order not to spoil them, would make haste. Then we set out ceremoniously. My sisters marched on ahead arm in arm. They were of marriageable age, and had to be displayed. I walked on the left of my mother, and my father on her right. I remember the pompous air of my poor parents in these Sunday walks, their stern expression, their stiff walk. They moved slowly with a serious expression, their bodies straight, their legs stiff, as if something of extreme importance depended on their appearance. Every Sunday, when the big steamers were returning from unknown and distant countries, my father would invariably utter the same words. "What a surprise it would be if Jules was on that one, eh?" My Uncle Jules, my father's brother, was the only hope of the family, after being its only fear. I had heard about him since childhood, and it seemed to me that I should recognize him immediately, knowing as much about him as I did. I knew every detail of his life up to the day of his departure for America, although this period of his life was spoken of only in hushed tones. It seems that he led a bad life. That is to say, he had squandered a little money, which action in a poor family is one of the greatest crimes. With rich people, a man who amuses himself only sows his wild oats. He is what is generically called a sport. But among needy families, a boy who forces his parents to break into the capital becomes a good-for-nothing, a rascal, a scamp. And this distinction is just, although the action be the same, for consequences alone determine the seriousness of the act. Well, Uncle Jules had visibly diminished the inheritance on which my father had counted, after he had swallowed his own to the last penny. Then, according to the custom of the times, he had been shipped off to America on a freighter going from Havre to New York. Once there, my uncle began to sell something or other, and he soon wrote that he was making a little money, and that he soon hoped to be able to indemnify my father for the harm that he had done him. This letter caused a profound emotion in the family. Jules, who up to that time had not been worth his salt, suddenly became a good man, a kind-hearted fellow, true and honest like all the Devranches. One of the captains told us that he had rented a large shop and was doing an important business. 2 years later a second letter came, saying, "My dear Philippe, I am writing to tell you not to worry about my health, which is excellent. Business is good. I leave tomorrow for a long trip to South America. I may be away for several years without sending you any news. If I shouldn't write, don't worry. When my fortune is made, I shall return to Havre. I hope that it will not be too long, and that we shall all live happily together." This letter became the gospel of the family. It was read on the slightest provocation, and it was shown to everybody. For 10 years nothing was heard from Uncle Jules, but as time went on my father's hope grew, and my mother also often said, "When that good Jules is here, our position will be different. There is one who knew how to get along." And every Sunday, while watching the big steamers approaching from the horizon, pouring out a steam of smoke, my father would repeat his eternal question, "What a surprise it would be if Jules were on that one, hey?" We almost expected to see him waving his handkerchief, crying, "Hey, Philippe!" Thousands of schemes had been planned on the strength of this expected return. We were even to buy a little house with my uncle's money, a little place in the country near Ingouville. In fact, I wouldn't swear that my father had not already begun negotiations. The elder of my sisters was then 28, the other 26. They were not yet married, and that was a great grief to everyone. At last a suitor presented himself for the younger one. He was a clerk, not rich but honorable. I have always been morally certain that Uncle Jules' letter, which was shown him one evening, had swept away the young man's hesitation and definitely decided him. He was accepted eagerly, and it was decided that after the wedding the whole family should take a trip to Jersey. Jersey is the ideal trip for poor people. It is not far. One crosses a strip of sea in a steamer and lands on foreign soil, as this little island belongs to England. Thus a Frenchman, with a 2 hours' sail, can observe a neighboring people at home and study their customs. This trip to Jersey completely absorbed our ideas, was our sole anticipation, the constant thought of our minds. At last we left. I see it as plainly as if it had happened yesterday. The boat was getting up steam against the quay at Granville. My father, bewildered, was superintending the loading of our 3 pieces of baggage. My mother, nervous, had taken the arm of my unmarried sister, who seemed lost since the departure of the other one, like the last chicken of a brood. Behind us came the bride and groom, who always stayed behind, a thing that often made me turn around. The whistle sounded. We got on board, and the vessel, leaving the breakwater, forged ahead through a sea as flat as a marble table. We watched the coast disappear in the distance, happy and proud, like all who do not travel much. My father was swelling out his chest in the breeze, beneath his frock coat, which had that morning been very carefully cleaned, and he spread around him that odor of benzine which always made me recognize Sunday. Suddenly he noticed 2 elegantly dressed ladies to whom 2 gentlemen were offering oysters. An old ragged sailor was opening them with his knife, and passing them to the gentlemen, who would then offer them to the ladies. They ate them in a dainty manner, holding the shell on a fine handkerchief, and advancing their mouths a little in order to not spot their dresses. They would then drink the liquid with a rapid little motion and throw the shell overboard. My father was probably pleased with this delicate manner of eating oysters on a moving ship. He considered it good form, refined, and going up to my mother and sisters, he asked, "Would you like me to offer you some oysters?" My mother hesitated on account of the expense, but my two sisters immediately accepted. My mother said in a provoked manner, "I am afraid that they will hurt my stomach. Offer the children some, but not too much. It would make them sick." Then, turning toward me, she added, "As for Joseph, he doesn't need any. Boys shouldn't be spoiled." However, I remained beside my mother, finding this discrimination unjust. I watched my father as he pompously conducted my two sisters and his son-in-law toward the ragged old sailor. The two ladies had just left, and my father showed my sisters how to eat them without spilling the liquor. He even tried to give them an example, and seized an oyster. He attempted to imitate the ladies, and immediately spilled all the liquid over his coat. I heard my mother mutter, "He would do far better to keep quiet." But suddenly my father appeared to be worried. He retreated a few steps, stared at his family gathered around the old shell-opener, and quickly came toward us. He seemed very pale with a peculiar look. In a low voice he said to my mother, "It's extraordinary how that man opening the oysters looks like jewels." Astonished, my mother asked, "What jewels?" My father continued, "Why, my brother. If I did not know that he was well off in America, I should think it was he." Bewildered, my mother stammered, "You are crazy. As long as you know that it is not he, why do you say such foolish things?" But my father insisted. "Go on over and see, Clarice. I would rather have you see with your own eyes." She arose and walked to her daughters. I, too, was watching the man. He was old, dirty, wrinkled, and did not lift his eyes from his work. My mother returned. I noticed that she was trembling. She exclaimed quickly, "I believe that it is he. Why don't you ask the captain? But be very careful that we don't have this rogue on our hands again." My father walked away, but I followed him. I felt strangely moved. The captain, a tall, thin man with blonde whiskers, was walking along the bridge with an important air as if he were commanding the Indian mail steamer. My father addressed him ceremoniously and questioned him about his profession, adding many compliments. What might be the importance of Jersey? What did it produce? What was the population, the customs, the nature of the soil, etc., etc.? You have there an old shell-opener who seems quite interesting. Do you know anything about him? The captain, whom this conversation began to weary, answered dryly, "He is some old French tramp whom I found last year in America, and I brought him back. It seems that he has some relatives in Havre, but that he doesn't wish to return to them because he owes them money. His name is Jules d'Armanche or d'Avranche or something like that. It seems that he was once rich over there, but you can see what's left of him now." My father turned ashy pale and muttered, his throat contracted, his eyes haggard. Very well, very well. I'm not in the least surprised. Thank you very much, Captain." He went away, and the astonished sailor watched him disappear. He returned to my mother so upset that she said to him, "Sit down, someone will notice that something is the matter." He sank down on a bench and stammered, It's he. Then he asked, "What are we going to do?" She answered quickly, "We must get the children out of the way. Since Joseph knows everything, he can go and get them. We must take good care that our son-in-law doesn't find out." My father seemed absolutely bewildered. He murmured, What a catastrophe. Suddenly growing furious, my mother exclaimed, I always thought that that thief would never do anything, and that he would drop down on us again, as if one could expect anything from a Davranche. My father passed his hand over his forehead, as he always did when his wife reproached him. She added, Give Joseph some money so that he can pay for the oysters. All that it needed to cap the climax would be to be recognized by that beggar. That would be very pleasant. Let's get down to the other end of the boat and take care that that man doesn't come near us. They gave me 5 francs and walked away. Astonished, my sisters were awaiting their father. I said that Mamma had felt a sudden attack of seasickness, and I asked the shell opener, How much do we owe you, monsieur? I felt like laughing. He was my uncle. He answered, 2 francs 50. I held out my 5 francs, and he returned the change. I looked at his hand. It was a poor, wrinkled sailor's hand, and I looked at his face, an unhappy old face. I said to myself, That is my uncle, the brother of my father, my uncle. I gave him a 10-cent tip. He thanked me. God bless you, my young sir. He spoke like a poor man receiving alms. I couldn't help thinking that he must have begged over there. My sisters looked at me, surprised at my generosity. When I returned the 2 francs to my father, my mother asked me in surprise, Was there 3 francs worth? That's impossible. I answered in a firm voice, I gave 10 cents as a tip. My mother started, and staring at me she exclaimed, You must be crazy. Give 10 cents to that man, to that vagabond. She stopped at a look from my father, who was pointing at his son-in-law. Then everybody was silent. Before us, on the distant horizon, a purple shadow seemed to rise out of the sea. It was Jersey. As we approached the breakwater, a violent desire seized me once more to see my Uncle Jules, to be near him, to say something to him consoling, something tender. But as no one was eating any more oysters, he had disappeared, probably gone below to the dirty hold which was the home of the poor wretch. End of My Uncle Jules by Guy de Maupassant.
The Weeping Killer by Harry M. Sutherland. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. The Weeping Killer by Harry M. Sutherland. For Moriarty, it was almost as hard to walk from the condemned cell to freedom by way of the main entrance as it would have been to take the other walk through the little door that leads to the electric chair. He had suffered all that a man can suffer who faces a horrid death. The last of the once iron nerve had been put into the task of dressing himself in his execution garments, and when the order for a new trial had been read to him, the once powerful gang leader had silently crumbled in a heap on the floor. He was all in, through, done for as surely as the electric chair could have finished him. Never again would he be able to hold a gun in his hand to take his place as the undisputed king of his world. They would not let him. He might try it, but he knew they would find him out. No man can hold his position, he told himself time after time, who had been through what he had endured. Try as he did to hide it, he knew that his old slaves and subjects had seen him tremble during the ridiculously easy second trial of his case. Even the assurances of his lawyers that it was all fixed, that his acquittal was a sure thing, could not sustain him. He could not keep his hands from shaking and muscles in his face from working. The brazen effrontery of his stare, the menace of his square shoulders, was gone. He had stammered as he told his prepared lie on the witness stand, and he knew that his old henchmen were shaking their heads behind his back as they accompanied him in a sort of damp jubilation from the courthouse and back to the old rendezvous. What a farce it had been when, after the first round of drinks had been drunk to his return, Jeff Hardy had in formal argot surrendered his place as regent, and formally handed him his old pistol as a token of the renewed leadership of the gang. Leader? Why, he knew, and they knew, and he knew they knew he knew that he was not fit to be even an apprentice in the company of blood and steel. Every night for a week after that, he could see in the darkness above his bed the sneer in the smile on Hardy's face as he surrendered leadership, which he had already found so sweet. Surrendered it? No wonder Jeff had sneered at the very idea. Moriarty had been a real leader of men, guided into the realms of some great manufacturing enterprise, politics, or finance. He would have been as great as he had become in the world of violence and crime. Instead of the master of men who work in steel, or coal, or gold, fate had decreed that he should become the master of men who deal in crime. And just as disaster overtakes great leaders in great industry, so had disaster overtaken him on the night when Sailor Bradley had dared dispute his preeminence and met the death the code demanded. No one in the underworld doubted who had killed Bradley. Moriarty was alive the next morning, and Bradley was dead. That was evidence enough, but there was considerable surprise when the leader of the woodchucks was sentenced to death for murder. Every resource was assembled to prevent his execution and obtain his freedom, and these weapons had triumphed. They had brought back their leader, but found that they had only a weakling in his stead. Why? There had been tears in his eyes when the verdict of his acquittal was read in court. Twice he had been seen faltering in his steps as he came from the loft building in which the woodchucks had their clubroom. He started at the slightest sound of anything like a pistol shot. And, worst of all, he refused to carry a gun. That was the situation during 2 weeks following the old leader's return. Then, on a Sunday morning, Terence Moriarty, bright-eyed, square of shoulder, spring in his step and smile on his face, had gleefully pummeled 2 new members of the gang who accidentally blocked his path, hurling a bottle through a clubhouse window, and undisputedly resumed his sway. The night before, as all of the world that mattered to him well knew, Jeff Hardy had screamed Moriarty's name as he died, and the old leader had automatically been crowned anew. It did not matter so much to the woodchucks how Hardy had died. That was a matter for the police to find out. The police did, to their own satisfaction at least, but Moriarty merely smiled at the sensation their theories caused. He still refused to carry a gun, but he still led the woodchucks, more feared and respected than he ever was, and with confidence that his path of glory need not lead a man of intelligence again to the death house. Jeff Hardy's body had been found at the bottom of an elevator shaft in an old loft building in which the gang occupied a portion of the upper floor. Without doubt he had fallen or been hurled 6 stories to the concrete pit below. That he had not committed suicide was certain. There was no reason why he should in the first place, and in the second place 2 reliable witnesses swore they had heard him cry, "Damn you, Moriarty!" as he fell. Moriarty had been arrested, of course, but released almost at once, because policemen, as well as eminently respectable citizens, had seen him a block away from the building at the same time that Hardy's scream was heard by the night watchman and the elevator man of the building. It had taken some time to drag Hardy's body from the pit and identify it. This caused a delay, but even at that the police admitted they probably would have been unable to make out a case against the new leader no matter how rapidly they worked. Captain Bush, who knows probably as much about gangsters and gang politics as any police officer in the city, had ordered the arrest of Moriarty as soon as he heard of Hardy's death. He did that even before he knew that the old leader was the last man seen with the new chieftain. He was also the one who recommended the discharge of the prisoner the next morning. There are more ways than one to kill a cat, Captain Bush remarked philosophically to some of his newspaper friends, and the law doesn't keep up with all of them. But you admit Hardy was alone when he fell down the elevator shaft, persisted one of his questioners. Why do you think he was killed? He was killed as surely as Terence is again king of the woodchucks, replied the police veteran. He was killed because Moriarty lost his nerve. He was killed in the way he was because of the long nights Moriarty had spent in the death house, by a man who knew that if Hardy was killed by a shot, he would walk through the little door instead of the big one on his second trip from his cell. He was killed by a man with brains and that imagination which made him a tamed slayer. I know what happened as surely as I know I'm sitting here, but there would be no use in going to court with it. Hardy had openly challenged the old leader's authority. Everybody knows that. Even the boys on the street were mocking Moriarty. He had wept in court. He had been seen twice walking unsteadily out of the building, wiping his eyes with his handkerchief, and seemed to be half blind with tears. Once the elevator man had to help him to the street. Everybody in the district knew about it. He was in pitiful terror at the thought of the time when Hardy would pull a gun on him and challenge him to fight it out. He knew that when the time came, he would either have to go back to the death house, be killed by Hardy, or disappear. There wasn't much choice. One was as bad as another for him. So, like the man of brains he is, he discarded all three of the obvious alternatives and found a fourth way out of the meeting he knew would have to come. It came last Saturday night. The two of them were alone in the clubhouse. Not a man in the gang would dare stick his nose inside the door. They knew there would be no question about who their leader was before morning, and there wasn't one of them within a mile of the place. The elevator man and the night watchman both heard them quarreling. They didn't hear the words, but we don't need them. Hardy taunted Moriarty to try to make him pull a gun. He had two, one of his own and another for Moriarty, in case he had none of his own. This second gun was loaded with blanks. There were two flasks in the room. One had gin in it and was still half full. The other was broken on the floor when Moriarty dropped it as Hardy pulled his gun and called upon him to fight. After dropping the flask, Moriarty walked out of the room and down the stairs, wiping the tears from his eyes as he had been seen doing twice before. The watchman saw him. The elevator man was on the top floor with his car. Moriarty had sent him there to put a new bolt on the roof scuttle. He swears the door at the club floor was closed when he went up, but elevator men always say that. Anyway, the light was burning in the hall. That's all he knows until he heard Hardy scream. But how then did Moriarty kill him? A reporter asked as the captain relighted his cigar. Ever hear of this new tear gas? The policeman questioned. That's what was in the other flask. But wouldn't it blind Moriarty too? It did, but he had experimented until he could find his way out of the building in spite of it. The effect wears off in a few minutes, and by the time he had reached the corner, he was merely crying a few tears, and had his alibi all made to order. Meanwhile, Hardy was blundering about until he found the elevator door and fell to his death. An act of providence, I suppose the law might call it, but it was really the act of a damn clever devil. The End of The Weeping Killer by Harry L. Sutherland. The Fable of the Author Who Was Sorry for What He Did to Willie by George Ade. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. The Fable of the Author Who Was Sorry for What He Did to Willie by George Ade. An author was sitting at his desk trying to pull himself together and grind out any old thing that could be converted into breakfast food. It was his off day, however. His brain felt as if someone had played a mean trick on him and substituted a side order of cauliflower. All he could do was lean up against his desk and make marks and piffle his time away. Between scribbles he wrote a few verses about when Willie came to say good night. It was a sad effort. He made it almost as salty as a mother's song, and filled it with Papa and Mama and the patter of baby feet. He used Love Light and the Evening Prayer and the Heartstrings and other venerable paraphernalia. He had to commit infanticide to make it weepy enough for the end stanza. The author wrote this stuff merely to get back at himself and see how sloppy he could be. He did not intend to print it, because he was not a vendor of deathbeds, and he shrank from making any violent assault on sensibilities. So he tossed the idle product into the wastebasket and wondered if he was beginning to lose his mind. With the poem in his right hand, he could have walked into Bloomingdale and no questions asked. While he was still backing up and jockeying for a fair start at his day's work, a friend came in and sat on the edge of the desk, and told him to go right ahead, and not pay any attention. Seeing the crumpled paper in the basket, the friend, who was inquisitive, hooked it out and read the lines. Presently, when the author looked up, the friend had big tears rolling down his cheeks, and was sniffling. "This is the best thing you have ever done," said the friend. "My God, but it's pathetic. It will certainly appeal to anyone who has lost a child." "I have no desire to manufacture any more sorrow for the bereaved," said the author. "They have had trouble enough. If I have to deal in white caskets or tap the lacrimal glands in order to thrash out an income, I will cease being an author and go back to work." "But this poem will touch any heart," insisted the friend. "As soon as I got into it, I began to cry. You could make a great price for this." When it came down to a business basis, the author switched. "Get what you can on it," he said. "It seems a shame to go and market that kind of scroll work. Still, if it hits you, it may be bad enough to affect others having the same shape of head. I need the money, and I have no shame." Thereupon the friend sent the verses to the publisher of Family Monthly at Percolates, into every post office in the country. In a few days there came back a tear-stained acceptance and a check. The author said it was just like finding $22.50, and he thought that was the end of it. But when the verses came out in the monthly, he began to get letters from all parts of the United States, telling him how much suffering and opening of old wounds had been caused by his little poem about Willie, and how proud he ought to be. Many who wrote him expressed sympathy for him, and begged him to bear up. These letters dazed the author. He had never owned any boy named Willie. He did not so much as know a boy named Willie. He lived in an office building with a lot of stenographers and bill clerks. If he had been the father of a boy named Willie, and Willie had ever come to tell him good night when he was busy at something else, probably he would have jumped at Willie and snapped a piece out of his arm. Just the same, the correspondents wrote to him from all over, and said they could read grief in every line of his grand composition. That was only the getaway. The next thing he knew, some composer in Philadelphia had set the verse to music, and they were sung on the stage, with colored lantern slide pictures of little Willie telling Papa good night, in a blue flat with lace curtains on the windows, and a souvenir cabinet of Chancey Olcott on the whatnot. The song was sold at music stores, and the author was invited out to private houses to hear it sung, but he was light on his feet and kept away. Several newspapers sent for his picture, and he was asked to write a Sunday article telling how and why he did it. He was asked to contribute verses of the same general character to various periodicals. Sometimes he would get away by himself and read the thing over again, and shake his head, and remark, "Well, if they are right, then I was wrong, but to me this is punk." He had his likeness printed in advertisements, which told the public to read what the author of Willie's Good Night had to say about their lithia water. Someone named a light, free-smoking 5-cent cigar after him, and he began to see weird paintings on the dead walls, and was ashamed to walk along those streets. It came out that one of the Fromans wanted to dramatize the masterpiece, and it was rumored that Stuart Robson, Modjeska, Thomas Q. Seabrook, Maud Adams, Dave Warfield, and Walter Whiteside had been requested to play the part of Willie. Every morning the author got up and said to himself that it could not go on much longer. He felt sure that the public would come to its senses some day and get after him with a rope, but it didn't. His fame continued to spread and increase. All those persons who had not read it claimed that they had, so as to be in line, and he had the same old floral tributes handed to him day after day. It was terrible. He had gone to college and spent a large amount of money irrigating and fertilizing his mind, and he had dreamed of writing something that would be strong enough for Charles Dudley Warner's Library of the World's Warmest Copy, in a limited edition of 20,000. But instead of landing with the heavyweights, he seemed destined to achieve greatness as the author of the boy's-size poem, bearing about as much relationship to the literature of the ages that a Mary Howard window-hanger does of pure art. He was famous until he couldn't rest, but it was not the brand that he coveted. He decided to live it down. He would produce something serious and meritorious that would throw Willie's Good Night into the shade. So he labored for 2 years on a novel that analyzed the social conditions, and every reviewer said that here was a volume by the author of Willie's Good Night. The purchasers of the book expected to take it home and read it and weep. When they found that it did not contain any dark skies or headstones, they felt that they had been bilked out of $1.50 each. It was suggested that the author of Willie's Good Night was losing his grip and seemed to have written himself out. He was not wholly discouraged. He went out lecturing on the occult, just to prove to people that he had been misjudged. The local chairman always introduced him as the celebrated author of Willie's Good Night. Frequently he was dragged away to a home to meet all the big guns of one of these towns that called a lecture a show. After he had been on exhibition for a half hour or so, the same as the albino or the man with the elastic skin in the main curio hall, the host would clear a space in the center of the room and announce that he was about to spring a delightful surprise on their distinguished guest. Little Fern, the daughter of the county recorder, was going to speak Willie's Good Night. There were times and times, but those were the times when he suffered agony that went beyond the limit. The author always knew the verses were bad enough to be wicked, but he never guessed how yellow they really were until he heard them recited by little girls who made the full stop at the comma instead of the period. He used to lose £1 a minute, and when he would start back to the hotel, His shoes would be full of cold perspiration. Finally, when he began to decline invitations against the advice of his manager, it was said of him that he was eccentric, and appeared to have a case of the swelled head. He had to retire into a suburb, where he built a wall around his premises, and put up signs against trespassing. He had a Chinaman for a servant, because the Chinaman did not know he was an author, but supposed him to be a retired porch climber. Thus he was able to forget for an hour or two at a time. Moral: refrain from getting gay with the emotions. The end of The Fable of the Author Who Was Sorry for What He Did to Willie, by George Ade.